Good morning. How many do you have for us? 2. Okay, perfect. Let me see if I got the paperwork. Okay. Oh, yeah. Just came through. Thank you. You're welcome.
Good morning, Judge King. How you doing? Yes, sir. Happy belated Father's Day to you. Thanks, Your Honor.
All right, first up, we have Mr. Cooper. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge. I see Marquis Barner has just logged on. And sadly, we have a delay. Could I have a breakout room with him?
Mr. Cooper, you say you want to break out room with Mr. Barner?
With Mr. Barner, yes, please.
Trying to break out room. Fallon Moore.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, how can I help you?
I have a probable cause conference scheduled for Mr. Emmanuel Gentry on today, sir.
Gentry, okay.
Yes, and he is present.
Very interesting.
On case number 2305-733601, people of state of Michigan versus Emmanuel Gentry. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion first. Count 2, assault with intent to direct or less than or by strangulation. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, weapons felony firearm. Count 5, domestic violence aggravated.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Fallon Moore on behalf of Mr. Emmanuel Gentry, P 84281.
Mr. Gentry, tell us your name for the record.
Emmanuel Gentry.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Moore?
Your Honor, at this time, we will be holding the exam, so we would like an exam date, Your Honor.
The court will continue to plead not guilty and sentence matter for preliminary examination. Let's do July 10th at how's July 10th at 9 o'clock?
That'll work, Your Honor. Thank you.
We continue. Thank you.
Thank you. I know.
Attorney Dottie. See Attorney Dottie. Mr. Glenn, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm on Dennis Stone, PCC.
Calling case number 2305-738901, people of state of Michigan versus Dennis Stone. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to direct or harm less than or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
William Glenn, P 36794 on behalf of Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone, can you give us your name?
Dennis Stone.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Glenn?
Your Honor, we're asking for an exam date.
How is July 10th at 9:15?
That's good, Your Honor.
We continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stone, you can log off. I'll be in touch with you.
Mr. Dottie, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
What can I do for you?
I have a PCC with a Mr. Jalen Brazier, and I see APA Ryan Elsley has joined as well.
Brazier, okay.
And I would request a breakout room when he's available. I don't think we're on yet.
Yeah.
Calling case number 2305-739001, people of state of Michigan versus Jalen Brazier. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, second degree. Count 2, tampering with evidence, criminal case punishable by more than 10 years.
Yes, for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan Elsey, appearing for the people. My P number is 81329.
Tim Doty on behalf of Jalen Brazier, P number 75614.
Are you waiving Mr. Brazier's presence?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the waive the defendant's presence, what's your pleasure?
I'm requesting an adjournment of the PCC, Your Honor. I received Thursday the discovery for this case, and it equals to a little over a half a terabyte of data on a hard drive I supplied the APA's office. It's going to take me weeks to get through this entire discovery package. It's quite extensive. It has Like I said,
I don't have weeks to give you, Shelley.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get it all, get through it all in less time than that. Like I said, it's almost a half a terabyte of information, which includes videos, pictures, audio interviews, video interviews, and everything in between from multiple jurisdictions, FBI, Michigan State Police, prosecutor's office. It's the entire gamut.
Are you looking at July 11th or July 13th?
I guess I'll go with the latest, the 13th.
July 13th.
Your Honor, and just for the court's benefit, this particular case, it's a case where the body of the victim was never located. So there's an extensive amount of circumstantial evidence that I'll need to put on at exam. And I have a preliminary witness list that I'll provide to Mr. Dottie that has, it's going to be around 18 or 19 witnesses for the exam. So I just wanted the court to be aware of that heading into it, because I think this is probably a multi-day exam that we'll need.
I'll set aside the whole day of July 25th.
July 25th?
Your Honor, I do have two witnesses that are going to be unavailable that day. But I guess I'll check with Mr. Dottie to see if we can fashion some stipulations.
Hey, Ryan, if there's, I know some of your witnesses have what their testimony would be with, that are things are already on the record based upon his plea in Macomb County. So if they're type of witnesses that had anything to do with East Point stuff, I'm not sure how necessary they'd be anyhow. But I don't know who you're talking about at this point, so we can talk.
Okay, we'll try to work something out. And
all right, sounds good.
Let's say July 25th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor. And
Thank you,
Your Honor, one other issue, the register of actions in this case was suppressed when the warrant was issued, and I'm just wondering if the court can undo that to make the register of actions public again.
Why?
Why undo it, or why was it suppressed?
Why do you want me to do that?
We suppressed the warrant when it was issued so that the existence of the warrant wouldn't be public pending the defendant's arrest. Now that he's been arrested and in custody, I don't believe there's any reason to have the register of actions suppressed.
Do you need register of actions for something?
No, I think the issue is that the case isn't searchable online, on the online record search.
So you want to search the records?
I believe that there's not any reason to have the register of actions in this case treated any different than the register of actions in any other case at this point, given the arrest.
I really don't care. You can send over an order.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And is my client still at the Detroit Detention Center? He wasn't.
Probably at the Wayne County Jail now.
Wayne County Jail? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so July 25th at 9 o'clock, file will be continued.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. Attorney Saw for us checking in, Madam Clerk.
We don't do that, ma'am. I checked you in when I brought you out the waiting room.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
Mr. Roberts, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Doing well. I'm here on Mr. Foster, Rayshawn Foster, excuse me, for probable cause conference.
Okay, I believe you have a co-defendant on that, Mr. Cooper. I'm bringing him out the waiting room now. Okay.
Thank you.
In the meantime, let me see what Mr. Walrad needs.
Was that me, Your Honor?
Sorry, Mr. Walrad. Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
I have Jason Thomas and Deontay Foster, both for PCCs.
Okay, we're ready.
Jason Thomas, calling case number 2305 731-901. People of the state of Michigan versus Jason Thomas. Defendant is charged in count 1, domestic violence.
Answers for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Veronica Walrad with NDS key 85665 on behalf of Mr. Jason Thomas, who is present via Zoom.
Mr. Thomas, tell us your name for the record. Where do you see Mr. Thomas?
He's in the Wayne County Jail. He may be muted.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Jason Thomas.
All right. What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we would like to set this for an exam date.
All right, court will continue to plead not guilty. Will set this matter for preliminary examination on July 10th at 9:30. Sorry, no.
Could you repeat that date, Your Honor?
July 10th at 12:15.
July 10th?
Yes.
Okay, 12:15. Thank you, Your Honor. If I could also address bond in this case.
Okay.
Mr. Thomas had a bond redetermination hearing on the 16th. On the 16th, he was ordered to have a PR bond with a tether. That tether has still not been attached. In my conversations with him, he's been extremely adamant. He has no intent to have contact with the complainant, and he is concerned about loss of housing if he's not able to get out of the Wayne County Jail. I would ask that the court consider amending his bonds to remove the tether condition because he has been there for 11 days following the tether order with, to my knowledge, no holds and no reason why one would not be attached. So because of that somewhat unusual delay and circumstance of hardship that it is likely to cause him, as well as the low risk of contact with the complainant, I would ask that the court consider amending it to just a PR bond.
He's been in for 11 days. How long has he been waiting for a tether?
He's been waiting for a tether for 11 days, Your Honor. He's been in for longer than that. That was the bond redetermination hearing.
A bond redetermination hearing 11 days ago?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask that the current bond remain as it is. I do think a tether is appropriate in this case. It is a domestic violence third offense notice. The last conviction for domestic violence was just about a year ago, July 3rd.
Your Honor, that was actually brought up at the bond redetermination hearing. The APA there and myself were both unable to find record of that 2022 conviction. We independently drew the conclusion that it is likely because the name Jason Thomas is very common. It's not reflected on his criminal history. So there is no recent conviction of domestic violence in his case.
You said there is no recent, there is no
There
conviction.
is no 2022 conviction for domestic violence that I or the prosecutor at the bond redetermination hearing were able to locate on his record, nor does he require.
Well, given that this is a domestic violence charge of the third offense, I think the tether is appropriate. In fact, he's quite fortunate to even be out at all on the domestic violence third. So I'm going to continue to bond. Hopefully we'll get that tether relatively soon. Given he's been in for so long. It's taken 11 days.
Yes.
That's ridiculous. All right, fine, continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ready on Foster?
Yes, Your Honor.
Calling case number 2305-733701, people of the state of Michigan versus Deontay Foster. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Veronica Walrod with NSP 85665 on behalf of Mr. Deontay Foster. Mr. Foster, if you could unmute and state your name for the record.
Deontay Foster.
Hey, what's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we would like to set this case for an exam date.
How's July 10th, 12:30?
That works well. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good day. You're all set, Mr. Foster. July 10th at 12:30. In person, in 30 report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cooper.
Yes, Judge, I appreciate the breakout room. And we're going to be requesting an examination.
Okay, let me call the case with you, Mr. Roberts.
Calling case number 2305-7286, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 1, Rayshawn Foster, and defendant number 2, Marquis Barner. Defendant number 2 is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree. Defendant number 2 is charged in count 2, weapons, felony firearm. Defendant number 2 is charged in count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant number 2 is charged in count 4, weapons, felony firearm. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 5, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 6, weapons, felony firearm. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 7, assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 8, weapons, felony firearm. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 9, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 10, weapons, felony firearm. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 11, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Defendant number 1 is charged in count 12, weapons, felony firearm. Defendant number 2 is charged in count 13, domestic violence. Defendant number 1 has a habitual offender third offense status.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor, Madam Clerk Jonathan Roberts, P86428 on behalf of Mr. Foster, who I believe is present on the Zoom in the waiting room. If he can be let in and won't need to waive his appearance. Thank you.
Renee Cooper for Mr. Barner, who is present in the gallery.
Mr. Barner, tell us your name for the record. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, tell us your name.
Marquis Barner.
All right, the only person in my waiting room, Mr. Roberts, is someone using the name Zoom user. They haven't connected their audio or their video.
It's saying can you hear me?
I can hear you. And he won't start his. Stop, sir.
Your Honor, I will give him a call right now and see if he can get on. We are also planning to take this to exam, so I will do that right now.
All right. Do you want to waive his presence or you want to have him here? I don't know if you're talking to me or not, but you're muted.
Apologies, Your Honor. Yes, I was speaking with Mr. Foster. He's trying to turn on his video and unmute right now. I'd ask that presence be waived for the purposes of this hearing, though.
All right. Zoom user, what's your name? What's your name, sir?
Antonio Collins.
Hello.
Okay.
Your name is Antonio Collins. Your name's not Antonio Collins. Antonio
Hello?
Collins.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Foster, if you could state your name. Oh, what?
That wasn't Mr. Foster.
I did see Zoom user Mr. Foster. He just logged out. For the purposes of this exam, Your Honor, if we can just waive his appearance. Thank you.
Court waiting this presence continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is July 12th at 10 o'clock?
That's going to be difficult for me, Judge. I have a trial that starts on the 10th and frankly should last until the Thursday, the 13th. Is the 14th available?
July 14th at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, yes, thank you.
And that works for Mr. Foster, Judge. Thank you.
All right, July 14th at 10 o'clock, file you continue.
And Your Honor, for Mr. Foster, if we could address bond.
Isn't he out on bond?
He is out on bond on house arrest with tether. We are asking that he be provided a curfew during the work week, Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. so that he can go to work. He is the primary income earner for the household, supporting his children. He is self-employed and does cleaning of homes in the neighborhood. Just want to make sure that he. I understand it is not traditional in the court's view. I would just note that he does have an obligation to pay for the tether. He has an obligation, obviously, to have some type of residence so that he can be on some type of house arrest. I would ask that he have the ability to work so that he can afford those things.
All this time, how is he working now? He hasn't been working.
So that is my understanding as well, Your Honor, is that Mr. Foster has not been working and that, rent is falling behind, bills are falling behind. And in terms of paying for the tether, that is not a possibility for him at this moment.
I can provide him free room and board and 3 square meals.
I understand that position, Your Honor. I would ask that, because there was a bond redetermination hearing on the 12th of June, given Mr. Foster's circumstances, I would not want him to be penalized for engaging in self-employment. And certainly if Judge Baconico determined that he was able to be released with conditions, I would ask that those conditions.
Those conditions now, Judge McConical cut him a huge break.
And Your Honor, we would just ask that the conditions for his release be practicable to allow him to, again, pay for the tether and to pay for a residence for him to stay.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, I'm asking that there be no changes to the current bond order.
Tell me your name, sir.
Rayshawn Foster.
How old are you, Mr. Foster?
I am 36 years old.
How far did you go in school?
I graduated high school.
From where?
Monroe High in Monroe, Michigan.
Monroe High?
Monroe High. Monroe High in Monroe, Michigan. Yes.
How come you don't have a job, sir?
I've been self-employed since the pandemic. I had started my own company with the money that gave me, and I work on houses and I do landscaping. And that's what kept me out of trouble from 2019 when I got out of prison till recently.
So you were in prison too. What were you in prison for?
What was it? Domestic violence.
When were you released from prison?
2019.
And here we are again.
I can't hear you.
Mr. Foster, you don't need to answer that. Not a question.
All right. Protection of the community, I'm going to keep Mr. Foster on this tether. Continue. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
A few things to discuss with you about the bond of Mr. Barner also. First, his tether is, he says, much too tight. Can he have this day to go to Dickerson and have it loosened a bit? The second thing regarding his tether is it's keeping him home. He has a job at Forge, and those hours are 8 to 3 p.m. Could he have from 7 to 4 p.m. So that he can continue working? They're being kind to him and keeping him on after he discussed the case with him, but most of his check seems to go to his 8 children, which are being deprived now. Which are being deprived now of what they need to survive. So I would hope he could go back to work and be given from 7 to 4 p.m. so that he can go and come. And
Mr. Barner.
Mr. Barner?
Unmute yourself and tell me where you work, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Where do you work?
Forge.
Sorry?
Forge, through a temp service, Livonia, Michigan.
When is the last time you worked?
It was I'm talking about January 3rd. It was the 3rd, a couple days before I got locked up.
The 3rd of what month?
June.
Where did you work?
Forge.
That's the name of the temp service. Where did they send you out to work?
Oh, Walmart. I'm sorry. That's the temp service I went through is Forge. But yes, it was Walmart.
What are your working hours again?
They actually didn't fire me. He actually given me a chance to come back to work just because
He asked your working hours. Working
8 to 3. 8 to 3.
Okay, people, do you have any objection to 7 to 4?
It's just hard to hear you, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, I do. The allegation is that he entered the home of the complainant while she was sleeping, placed his hand over her mouth while holding a brown handgun, saying, "I'm going to kill you." So, and that's just part of it. So I would object for that reason.
Well, you know, that's what caused the charge, Judge, and if that is in fact true, overall and generally, even if that's true, this man wants to work and support his 8 children, and he has no desire. The tether will be on him. He has no desire to go anywhere near the home of the complainant. I'd love him to be able to work, and the truth is, no, I'm not going to go there. I just ask that you give him time to work.
All right, given his situation is just a little bit different than Mr. Foster's, in that he does have some verified employment. So long as he can verify that employment, I don't have an issue with him going to work. We'll give him time to get there, time to get home. We'll make the hours 7 to 4. No contact with complaining witness, either by way of you, any third party, any social media, anything like that. You understand, Mr. Barner?
Yes, sir. Is it fine if I can just speak, or I can't speak?
Did you just hear what you got? Exactly what you wanted, right, Mr. Barner?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can he have
I don't want you coming anywhere near the complainant's house. You understand?
Yes, sir. I promise I won't.
Can he have his tether loosened today, Judge?
Okay.
Did you hear that, Mr.
Sure, you can go there and get the tether adjusted.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate it much, Judge. Ms. Drain.
It's called some discomfort, okay?
Okay, I really appreciate it.
All right.
Ms. Drain, I got lots of video discovery, but no paper discovery. I can kind of figure out what's going on with all that video.
I'll resend the paper discovery to you.
Okay, thank you much, and
sure.
Thank you, Judge.
And Ms. Drain, I have the opposite issue. I have full paper and no video. If I could do the video.
Okay, I will send that to you as well.
Thank you so much.
Everybody have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, y'all too.
Mr. Anderson, good morning.
Morning, Judge. I've got Mr. Wellington Bryant, who's not around.
He's holding
You
his hand up.
have Brian on the screen, Your Honor.
Oh, good.
Calling case number 2305-506-001. For the state of Michigan versus Wellington Bryant. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, 4th offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. James Anderson, P 31302 on behalf of Mr. Wellington Bryant.
Mr. Bryant, tell us your name for the record.
Wellington Bryant.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Anderson?
Well, Your Honor, this case was up a week ago, and I asked for an adjournment because I could not find Mr. Bryant. My assignment says he was on a $22,000 personal bond. Now I know why I could not catch up with him, and I have not had the opportunity to speak with him. However, I do have all discovery, and based upon the discovery, I'm pretty sure that Mr. Bryant wants to have a preliminary examination. Is that right, Mr. Bryant? Can you say yes or no?
Yes. So you want an exam date house July 10th at 11:15.
One moment. July 10th at 11:15 is good.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Bryant?
Yes, ordered a personal bond with a tether, and I was wondering, since I've been here since they gave me that bond, and I'm still in here, and I wanted to, because when they got me, I was on my way to get started on a job, and I really need to get to work. Because I'm out living in my truck, and I need the money. I was wondering, can I still continue the personal bond? That's why you couldn't find me, because I was supposed to have been out, but I've been locked in here ever since the 13th.
And Your Honor, in all honesty, although he has a personal bond, I don't know what it was that kept him from being released. I don't know if there's holds or what.
It's probably waiting on the tether. I'm hearing this at least 11 days now to get a tether. Must be on back order.
Well, Judge,
my stuff is not up to par. I'm not getting my meds.
We'll mark your file medical.
Okay.
Shouldn't be too much longer for you to get that tether. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Bond continue.
Thank you.
Ms. Farage.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're here on Collins.
That is correct.
Calling case number 2305-73501. People of State of Michigan versus Antonio Collins. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, weapons firearm, possession by felon. Count 3, weapons felon firearm, second offense notice. Count 4, weapons felon firearm, second offense notice. Count 5, domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Sahar Faraj appearing on behalf of Mr. Antonio Collins, who appears via Zoom. Mr. Collins, can you please state your name for the record?
Antonio Collins.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, at this point in time, we ask that digital discovery be sent over to the defense counsel so that we can set this up for examination.
I'll send that to you.
Thank you.
All right, the court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. Say July 10th at 1:45.
At 1:45, Your Honor?
Yes.
That works for defense.
July 10th at 1:45, bond will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thomas and Wellington Bryant, they were in protectors. That's what they said. They couldn't give them address.
That's fine. That's Thomas.
Thomas and Wellington Bryant.
I'm sure. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? All right, so I take it you guys are law students. Are you at U of B? Okay, fantastic. Well, this is one of our exam courts. This particular exam court has been charged with doing all the homicides, the sexual assaults, domestic violence, child abuse, and elder abuse cases. This is the only courtroom that does those cases present. Today, as today is Tuesday, is our homicide day. Tuesdays and Thursdays would be just our homicides, except for the probable cause conferences. As you know, we don't do trials here. We just do preliminary examinations. We determine if there's enough evidence for it to be found over to circuit court. We have two exams on the docket today, one at 10 o'clock and one at 1:30. One is a child abuse homicide and the other is a second degree murder. That's the 1:30. You guys have any questions about it? So I'm looking forward to joining you guys winter term. I'll be teaching there. So we should have some fun. They told me it's some kind of criminal procedure. I think it's post-sentencing. We'll see how that goes. So you guys are actually in a good place. You're working with this reason open. Good place. Have you been in the misdemeanor courtroom yet? With Judge Bryant? Okay. With Judge Austin Garrett? Yes. Mr. Whitey.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
Good. Sorry about the delay in my appearance. I'm in Oakland Circuit with a jury trial date, so I apologize.
Okay, you ready on Wilson?
We are ready, Judge. We're just setting an exam date.
Okay, let me call it.
Calling case number 2305-737701. People of the state of Michigan versus Marlon Wilson. Defendant is charged in count 1, unlawful imprisonment. Count 2, interfering with the crime report. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Dennis Whitey, P79560 on behalf of Marlon Wilson.
And are you waiving your client's appearance?
Yes, Judge. If he's not on Zoom from the county jail, I would ask that you waive his appearance.
For the waiver, the defendant's presence continue to plead of not guilty, Mr. Pleasure. You want an exam date?
Yes, Judge. We'd like to set this for exam.
How's July 10th at 9:15?
July 10th, 9:15 should be, let me double check.
Sorry, 9:30.
Okay. That'd be great, Judge.
Okay, July 10th at 9:30. Will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. People, have you seen Mr. Reed?
Not yet. It's okay, we'll take time. You're a little early.
Oh, okay. All right.
Later.
So our first homicide exam started at 10 o'clock, just so you guys are aware. Okay. So, Shirley, I think we're done with you, Arnold.
I'm just waiting for the one that was KPS yesterday.
Okay. I haven't seen Mr. Mercier yet.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
No problem. Yes. No.
attorney, no client.
Morning. I'm part of the team here for Creighton. We're still waiting on Mr. Williams. He's stuck in the third circuit, so. Yeah, just on an AOI, so it should take 5 minutes and we're just walk over here, so it shouldn't be long. Just want to like keep going, so. She got a lift this morning, so. I'm gonna check to see, make sure she's not that far, but. She's on her way. Okay, I'll let her check it.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what you said. Just go. He does what he do. That's what you said. That's right. Yeah, well, I think. I gotta get a sheet from this. Be right back.
Well, Mr. Riggins here?
I'm gonna put them all right. And sure it's responsible for the Third Circuit using Judge Edwards.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. How you doing, Mr. Grayson? Mr. Mercier is here.
Can we have, Ms. Langford step in? Calling case number 2305-710501, because State of Michigan versus Deontay Langford. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence. Defendant also has case number 2305-743301. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the People, P number 60249 on both cases.
And good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Daniel Mercier, P 72620, representing the defendant, Ms. Langford. Ms. Langford, please state your name.
Diamond Langford.
Ms. Langford, what happened to you yesterday?
I'm on house arrest. They didn't give me no paperwork when I got out of jail for the tellers. I didn't know. I had court yesterday for traffic. I called down here. They didn't tell me nothing about my court date today. That's what I thought. My traffic
Court date was yesterday.
I'm sorry, yesterday. I thought that court date was this court date. So I just misinterpreted what they told me when I got off with each other. That's why I'm here today. My tether officer called me and told me that I had a warrant, so I came down.
Quite frankly, I'm not even sure why you're out anyway, given that you have one case dated May 27th, and then the second case dated June 18th. Sorry, June 16th. June 16th. So it would appear as though you were on bond when you picked up the second case.
Yes.
That's the problem. Then you missed your court date.
I didn't miss my court date intentionally. I called down here numerous times yesterday morning because I knew I had a court date. I just didn't know it was in person about me being on house arrest. I didn't know I would be able to leave home.
Mr. Mercier?
Your Honor, I ask for the warrants to be set aside and bond reinstated.
Well, I'll set aside the warrants because she's in front of me. Whether I reinstate the bond remains to be seen. Ms. Drain?
Your Honor, I am not sure how, if Ms. Langford is really taking this very seriously. There were two cases that she was notified of to be here for yesterday, the exam, and she was notified also at her arraignment that there was a PCC date set for yesterday as well. So there were two ways that she was notified to be here yesterday. It did not appear. I believe Mr. Mercier was not even able to get in touch with her yesterday. So I have serious reservations about her appearing for court given another date.
How old are you, man?
31.
How far are you going to school?
10th grade.
How's that working out for you?
Not good.
You work anywhere?
Not at the moment.
Who's taking care of you?
Not me, myself.
How?
My mom.
How are you taking care of yourself? You don't have a job.
I just stopped working before I go to schools
Where do you work?
in the nursing home. I'm 33A nursing home in the Long. Open my Long. Little in 96.
How are you taking care of yourself now?
My mom.
Your mama's taking care of you. When I asked you who's taking care of you, you said yourself. That wasn't
Me,
happening. Your
myself, and
mom.
my mom.
You're not taking care of yourself. You don't even have a job. Have any kids?
2,
How old?
1 and 3.
There hasn't been any tether violations, have there?
Huh?
Were you on tether the first time that you picked up the case?
No, this is my first time ever being on tether.
Oh, okay. Did the plaintiff show up yesterday, Ms. Mary?
No, he did not. And he is the complainant for both cases.
Have you seen or heard from the plaintiff, ma'am?
No, not since the home invasion case. No.
Keep it that way, okay?
Thank you.
You're gonna have no contact with the plaintiff witness.
I understand.
If I find out you've had contact, you know who you're on, right?
Yes, I will tell her. Yes, I understand.
All right, I'm gonna continue to reinstate bond. This is another court date.
I'm not. That's why I'm here today. I didn't intentionally miss the court yesterday. I didn't know it was in person. I was on Zoom. I go down here. I made it to all my other court dates yesterday on Zoom. I didn't know. But
See, that's the problem. We're having so many court dates. Stay out of trouble.
Okay,
Show me what's up.
okay. That was a different, it's criminal. That was tickets.
Your Honor, may we address the PCC today?
Yes.
We would be requesting an exam date to be set on the PCC for the same date and time that the exam date on the other cases to be set.
Okay, so I have 2 exams to set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's do July 12th at 9 o'clock.
Let me check my calendar here real quick, Your Honor. I can make that work, Your Honor, yes.
Okay, July 12th at 9 o'clock. Ms. Langford, don't you even be late, okay?
Okay,
You have transportation?
yes.
Okay. See you July 12th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
I told you personally.
Thank
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When they talk about.
All right, Mr. Mercy, have a good day, sir.
You too now.
Have a seat. Have a seat. Hey, now, how you doing, Judge? All right, how about yourself? There's Mr. Riggins.
My apologies, John. I was caught over at Third Circuit. Couple of minutes.
Bringing on Viola California.
Hi.
Ms. Craig is in or out?
She's out.
Okay. Calling case 2160973, people of the state of Michigan versus Viola Craig. Defendant is charged with count 1 homicide, manslaughter, voluntary. Count 2, second degree child abuse. Count 3, secondary child abuse. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, neighborhood defense services. If I can bring it to 82125 on behalf of Ms. Viola Creek, also with Cheryl Quick.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, as co-counsel.
Ms. Craig, tell me your name for the record.
Viola California.
There's a time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
We are.
Yes, Judge.
How many witnesses for the people?
2, Judge.
Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to start before we call witnesses?
Yes, Judge. Just to make sure that we have a stipulation that exam.
That is correct.
Court received that stipulation.
Thank you, Judge. And then we did have one thing we want to bring up with the court. At the end of the testimony, officer in charge, I didn't plan to admit the interrogation video. It is about 40 minutes long, I believe. We weren't sure if the court wanted to watch the 40 minutes in court. We wanted to review it in camera, and I'm okay with either defense.
We'll see what time it is by the time we get to it.
Okay. And then besides that, I asked for a mutual order sequestration, accepted from the officer in charge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen out there in Zoom land, for YouTube and you are a witness or potential witness in order to log off the case.
If you have, exhibits to admit through, court rules first, we are just about to record, I just want to admit those later, I do want to just admit the, medical examiner report first through MCL 76611B. Yes.
Go ahead, repeat that.
Yeah, people would move to admit, proposal to get exhibit 7, which is, medical examiner report under MCL 766.11B.
Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Officer witness.
Are you ready for the first witness? Okay. Did you want to read the?
Judge, I have the medical examiner testifying.
Oh, good. Okay. All right.
At this time, we will call Dr. Omar Reyes.
Okay.
And I believe he has a fellow with him too for testimony. I have no objection to that.
As long as you're not testifying, I don't have any objection.
Okay, that's one check training purpose. That's fine. So please step forward, give your name and spelling to the court reporter.
Omar Reyes, spells S-O-U-R-R-A-Y-E-S.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Put that microphone close to your mouth and speak into that for us. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Omar Reyes, spelled S-O-M-A-R-R-A-Y-E-S.
And how are you employed?
I'm the interim deputy chief medical examiner at the Wellington County Medical Examiner's Office.
And how long have you been employed as a medical examiner?
4 years.
And what kind of training and experience do you have to become a medical examiner?
First, you finish medical school, then you go into residency in anatomic and clinical pathology. After graduation from residency, there's a forensic pathology fellowship, and after completion of the training, you are allowed to take the board examinations for the anatomic clinical and forensic pathology. Once you do this, you are certified in anatomic clinical and forensic pathology.
And did you complete all of the training experience it takes to be a medical examiner?
Yes, I did.
And what are you currently certified in?
I'm certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And what is the difference between anatomic, clinical, and forensic?
So anatomic pathology specializes in making diagnosis based on tissues we take from patients. Clinical pathology specializes in making diagnosis based on body fluids that are taken from patients, like blood, urine. And forensic pathology specializes in determining the cause and manner of death for unexpected deaths or accidents.
And when you say cause of death, can you explain that to me?
The cause of death is the disease or the injury that resulted in death.
And what are some examples of cause of death?
Heart attack is a cause of death. Stab wound, gunshot wound, multiple injury.
And you also mentioned manner of death. Can you explain that?
Yes, the manner of death is a way to classify death into different categories based on the circumstances around death. There are 5 manners of death, including natural, when death happens due to a disease or natural process like aging. Accident, when death happens due to unnatural event such as drug overdose, poisoning, or motivated crashes. Homicide, when death happens due to the action of someone else. Suicide, when death happens due to someone's own action. And indeterminate, when we don't have enough information to support classifying death in any of these previous categories.
And would it be fair to say that your definition of homicide as a manner of death is different from the legal definition of homicide?
Yes.
Have you been certified as an expert before in Wayne County?
Yes.
And about how many times?
About 20 times.
And what have you been certified as an expert in?
Anatomic, legal, and forensic law.
And Your Honor, I would certify as Dr. Rice as an expert in anatomic, clinical, and forensic psychology.
No. Professor Fine with this witness will testify as an expert in anatomical and what was it, sir?
Clinical and forensic.
Clinical and forensic pathology.
Thank you, Judge. As you roll in the as a medical examiner, did you have the chance to perform an autopsy on a Mark Twain Montgomery?
Yes.
And do you remember the medical examiner case number as it relates to that?
Yes, it's 19-13772.
And did you author a report as to your findings?
Yes, I did.
We're going to go through that, your autopsy a little bit. Tell me about how, what do you do first in an autopsy? What do you do first in an autopsy?
First, we do an external examination of the body.
And did you do an external examination as it relates to Mark Twain Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me about that?
So upon external examination, the student was extremely thin. His rib margins and bony margins were protruding. He had lack or paucity of the subcutaneous soft tissue, meaning that there was no fat underneath the skin, which made his wounds visible. He had sunken eyes, sunken lips, and his skin was dry, loose, wrinkled, and had decreased skin elasticity, meaning that when you elevate the skin stays in the same shape and does not go back to normal. And that could be due to dehydration. On internal examination, we noted the lack of any contents in his stomach or intestine, and there was no urine in the bladder.
How old was Mark Twain Montgomery when you performed the autopsy on?
He was 8 weeks.
And how much did he weigh?
He weighed 1.2 kilograms.
How much is that in pounds?
This is about a little bit over 2 pounds.
2 pounds?
Yep.
So you noted a lot of external exam, you mentioned that there's an internal exam. Tell me about what his skin looked like.
His skin was loose, wrinkled, and had no soft tissue underneath it.
What is that used as subcutaneous fat? What does that mean?
So in any healthy individual, there is some degree of fat tissue underneath the skin. And this in the seeding, there was no fat tissue underneath the skin that is due to malnutrition that resulted in his skin being loose and wrinkled.
Within your report, you noted thymic atrophy. What does that mean?
Thymic atrophy is a result of a stress that the newborn is going through. Thymic glands are, or thymic gland is a gland that is responsible for developing immune cells. And whenever there is a stress in the newborn condition or life, they will undergo atrophy, which is reduction in size. And this is also due to the malnutrition that we see.
You also noted the lungs showing pulmonary congestion, patchy areas, and alveolar septal thickening. What does that mean?
So the alveolar spaces, which are the spaces that contain the gas exchange, have thickened septae, which are the which is the tissue that separates between these alveolar spaces. This is non-specific finding, and we see it in other cases as well.
You also mentioned elevated urea nitrogen. What does that mean?
Urea nitrogen is a test that we do on the urine or vitreous fluid to see if there is dehydration. The elevation of the urea nitrogen indicates dehydration, which is the lack of water administration to the semen.
And then you also mentioned inside your internal exam that there were no gastrointestinal contents. What does that mean?
That means that the student has not eaten or had food for the past day or two.
And there was also no urine in the bladder. What is that? What does that mean?
That the student was dehydrated and was not getting water.
How long would someone have to not be fed or eat for there to be nothing, for there to be no gastrointestinal contents?
I'd say a day to 2 days.
Did you ultimately come to a cause of death in this case?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was malnutrition.
And can you explain how you got that, what that means?
Malnutrition is a condition that is caused by the lack of calories that are given to a person. In this case, it was the student who was only 8 weeks old. So there was no food or adequate food given to him, and that resulted in being thin and dying of this condition.
There's no other condition that you could find that would cause this malnutrition?
No, there was no other cause of malnutrition. The student did not have any evidence of natural disease or congenital malnutrition.
And did you ultimately come to a manner of death in this case?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was homicide.
And can you explain to us how you got that?
Homicide by forensic execution is when that happens due to the actions of someone else. And in this case, the lack of food and nutrition that was given to, or that was supposed to be given to the student.
Mr. Riggins, before you begin, can you instruct your client to take that rag off of her head? Cross-examine.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Good morning, Doctor. So you examined the decedent and you determined that he was dehydrated, correct? Yes. And you said that the dehydration occurred because of lack of fluids within the last anywhere from 1 to several days? Yes. Okay. You also said that he was malnutrition, correct? Malnourished, yes, malnourished. Okay. Let's talk about malnutrition for a moment. Malnourishment does not simply mean he didn't eat, correct? If you rephrase this question. So a child could be malnourished because they didn't absorb content, right? Yes. Or contact food. Yes. So she could feed the child, and if the child grew up on his food, he would absorb the content, correct? So that would make him malnourished, correct? Yes. Likewise, if the child was dehydrated and she fed the child and the child threw up the food or threw up the contents of the bottle, the child could also be dehydrated, correct? Yes. So there are other methods of being malnourished and dehydrated other than withholding food, correct? Yes. Right. So again, you determined that the child was malnourished, right? But you can't say whether that malnourishment came from the child being not absorbing food or simply not fit, right?
Well, in this case, I could tell because of the lack of natural disease that could have caused them a malabsorption.
Okay. And you didn't have a chance to observe the child being alive, right? No. So you wouldn't know that the child had reflux, correct?
We can tell that the child has reflux based on the histologic examination of the tissue samples that we obtained during autopsy. And we did that in this case, and there was no evidence of any disease that could have led to malabsorption syndrome.
Okay. And if the food that the child was eating, his body didn't eat the food, would your report show that? No? Okay.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
If the food that the child was eating didn't eat and he grew up, your report would show that. Is that fair?
Yes, we can.
No, President.
Sir, did you know anything about this baby's medical history at the time of your time, like they were born premature?
Yes, yes, I have.
Was the baby born premature?
Yes, he was born premature, 34 weeks.
34 weeks. And how much did the baby weigh when he was born?
can't remember, or I'm sorry, this 1.8 kilograms, but I can't remember.
0.8 kilograms?
Yes,
And you said at the time that you examined the baby, it weighed how many kilograms?
1.2 kilograms.
1.2. This baby was 8 weeks old?
Yes. So normal weight gain should be 1 ounce per day in the first 4 months of age. And this kid had lost weight, so he lost about 600 grams between his birth and his ounce weight.
You have to really learn this measuring system. It's not really the time.
Okay.
Mr. Wiggins asked you about not knowing whether or not the baby was growing up after we ate that type of thing. Is there anything in your examination of this child that would lead this baby to have episodes of growing up that type of thing?
No, there was no natural cause.
Any questions based on my question?
Dr. Hare, you've had a chance to treat premature babies. Sleep? Right. No. Are you aware that it is not uncommon for a child to be born and lose weight? You just testified that it's common for a child to gain 1 ounce. 1 ounce per day. But in fact, a child could lose weight. So, totally healthy baby can lose weight on its own, and that would be normal as well. Well, that's not normal in the first few months. So after 4 months, they lose a little bit of weight, but not in the first few months. They have to gain weight and weigh more than their birth weight. They have to weigh more? Yes, after for a healthy child will weigh more than their birth weight. So this is a healthy child. Would that same rule apply to a premature child? Yes, if they were healthy. If they were healthy, right? And a premature child can have all sorts of problems. They have undeveloped organs, right? They could have undeveloped digestive system, correct? I would not opine on this because premature respiratory system or lungs are common, but premature abnormalities or abnormalities in the GI tract related to premature is uncommon. And you did an autopsy of the child, correct? Yes. And did you know that the child was missing a kidney? No, he was not missing a kidney. He was not missing a kidney. He had both kidneys? Yes, but both kidneys were fused together. And that's normal? That's not normal, but that should not result in any abnormality. This is insignificant finding that will not result in any imbalance. Okay.
Doctor, did you notice that the child had any underdeveloped digestive system or anything else that would cause him to lose weight?
No.
Anything else? Thank you, Doctor. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next witness, please.
Yes, sir. This time we'll call Sergeant Clarence.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat. Maybe you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Could you please state your name for the record?
Samara Tillerson,
And where are you employed?
Detroit Police Department,
And how are you employed there?
Sergeant at homicide section.
And how long have you been employed by the Detroit Police Department?
24.5 years.
And you said you're now in the homicide department?
Yes, ma'am.
Back in November of 2019, where were you assigned?
Child abuse unit.
Were you working back on November 17th of 2019? Were you alone or with a partner?
With a partner.
And on that day, did you get called to a case? About what time?
In the morning.
In the morning, okay. And where were you called to?
In Fort Hospital.
And, is that the only place you're called to for this case, or are there multiple places that you
There
go?
are multiple places. We originally responded to Fort Hospital.
Okay, so the first place you go to is Henry Ford Hospital? And what did you see when you got there?
We responded to the hospital. We observed deceased.
And who was that was deceased?
Mark Twain.
And how old, what did he look like?
He was very thin. He had very loose skin. He was very, you could see his real bones. He had no buttocks, so his anus was protruded. Just no skin. I mean, no, he worked out.
Do you know how old he was?
8 weeks. Yeah.
Chairman, may I approach the look of exhibits 8 through 11? Thank you. Can you tell me what those are that I just handed you?
8 is going to be the evidence text cover sheet for their file when they come out to take photos for the location and the
And we're off the front behind, where we're demonstrating to look at them. We recognize them.
Yes, I do.
And 8 through 11, are these very accurate depictions of what you saw when you were at Henry Ford Hospital on November 17th of 2019?
Yes,
I would agree with 8 through 11.
Any objection? No. David?
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
And you said this case required a couple scenes. What is the second place that you go to?
we went to the victim's home on Schaefer.
And do you recall the address at this time? We're looking at an evidence check photo refresher recollection as to the address.
Yes, sir. Yes, 8237 Schaefer, apartment 40.
And is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you see when you got there?
When we arrived at that location, we observed that there was a twin to the victim. He was sitting in his car seat, he was crying. And there was an additional child also. I think that child was about 2 years old, half 2 years old. The second victim that was in a car seat, he was a twin of the victim. He was crying. We ordered medics to come in and observe him. It was a 1-bedroom apartment, I think. Nothing really significant about the apartment, but we were concerned with the other 2 children, so we got to the hospital.
And did you have a chance to go through the apartment?
Yes.
And did you notice any invaded food in the apartment? There were cans of infant milk. I didn't look in the cans because I was doing more of the investigation of my articles, block the text. So I can't recall if there was no in the cans, but I did see two different types of milk actually.
Did you notice any infant cribs?
Yeah.
What about infant car seats?
The twin to the victim was in a car seat. I don't recall seeing another car seat.
Did you notice if there was any adult food in the house?
There was food.
Then I had a question for exhibits 12 through 18.
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is that is handled?
The first page is going to be the evidence case. They'll print out their second location just to show that they moved from the hospital to the second location.
And are these photos consistent, or are they very accurate depictions of what you saw after the Schaefer apartment, November 17th, 2019?
Yes.
With the information of photos 12 through 18.
No objection.
Admitted? Yes.
What do you do after you are at the Schaefer apartment?
Once we sent the twin of the victim to the hospital, we went to the hospital to check on those two twins. That second twin ended up going to cardiac arrest and brought to the hospital.
Objection.
Well, Your Honor, I think it's relevant. I actually just think that there's no foundation for that at this point. I just asked where she was working when.
You can speak of experience.
You know, she testified that the other child code, we don't think that's relevant.
Why is it relevant?
No, I agree with that. But I also
Sustained.
think that- What hospital did you go to? The second hospital you went to?
If we went to Henry Ford for children's,
Okay. Would, looking at a photo of the evidence check. Next page, sheet, refresh your memory as to which hospital you went to. Okay.
children. We have to share that.
And why is that you went to children's hospital?
Because the second victim brought to the hospital with the medics COVID.
And how many children were brought to children's hospital?
2.
And one being the twin?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was the other one?
The sibling of the twin.
And was that one older?
Yes.
How did the other twin look?
She was fine.
The other twin, not the
sorry.
sibling, sorry.
I apologize. The second twin was also very small, not as malnourished or not as skinny as the original, the first.
Yeah, objections to her testifying that the other one was malnourished. That's why I'm taking
Honor, I agree. I don't think she's using it as a medical term. I think she's using it as a lay term. I think as a experienced officer, she
I
can.
get it. She said this twin that you're speaking of wasn't as small as.
Yeah.
I take it. I suspend it.
Continue. How did he look?
He was not as small at the first two years, but still a little, I would say, underweight.
And I don't think she's qualified to say whether or not the child is underweight or not. I would have said that the child was small.
But I think that she can base her opinions on facts and circumstances, and she has her own opinions.
About the other child.
Well, he's the second district judge.
Oh, okay, so that's.
Second time child abuse too.
Oh.
So it's relevant to the charge.
She can testify as to observations.
Friend, I don't plan to offer any medical opinion that's due to this. So. Thank you. How did his skin look?
His skin was a little wrinkly, not as bad as the perfect one. Nothing else really.
And how did the other sibling, the other sibling that went, how did she look?
She was fine. She was a nice size.
How old was she?
She appeared healthy. Nothing that stood out about her.
And Director, may I approach both those exhibits?
Yes.
Thank you. What is it?
Maybe first evidence, text information, showing that they were in the hospital.
And are those photos fairly inaccurate depictions of the children as you saw them that day at the hospital?
Yes.
After the information of who was proposed to be 19 through 22.
No objection? And then,
Thank you, Judge.
yes.
What did you do next after going to Children's Hospital?
We returned to our base and interviewed Mom and Dad.
And what is your role in this case?
I was in the detective.
Would you fair to say that you are the officer in charge?
Yes.
And what are your duties as it relates to being the officer in charge?
As the officer in charge of the case, we started out by responding to see, we gathered information. We had evidence that come out, we take photographs, we witnesses, possible suspects.
And as an officer in charge, would it be fair to say that you submit your investigation to the prosecutor's office and they determine what charges are brought?
Yes.
You said you went back to your base. Where is that, or what is that place?
That's headquarters, 1303rd Street, Church of the State.
And you said you went there and you talked to mom and dad. Yes. Who is mom?
Our defendant.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you point to her and identify her by item of clothing?
She's sitting in the audience and she has a black hoodie, something white written on it.
I know where the record reflected the witness as identified the defendant in this case.
So no.
Thank you. And you first go back to headquarters, fair to say that's still on November 17th, 2019?
Yes.
And is that the first time that you interviewed Ms. Creighton?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you give Ms. Creighton her Miranda rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And does she acknowledge them?
Yes.
Does she seem intoxicated or impaired in any way?
No.
And did she do anything at that time to make you think that the statement that she's giving is not voluntary?
No.
Right, I wrote the book, both with 23. Tell me what it is that you said.
You handed me a notification of constitutional right.
And who that is relates to.
Viola California.
And what's the date on it?
Dated 11/17/2019.
And is that a very accurate representation of the U.S. rights of the state on November 17, 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it signed and initialed in any way?
Yes, it's signed at the bottom. We have an initial next signature to the right showing they understand right, and then it's signed a.
Are we for the conviction of 23?
Any objection? Amen.
I would pass this to voluntary at this time.
Board hears some voluntariness.
Good morning, officer. So you brought my client back to your headquarters, right? And she was in a room. How large was the room?
I'm sorry.
How large was the room?
I'm not good with measurements, but go ahead.
It was an enclosed room?
It's a room with the door on it, yes.
Okay. This was November 18th that she came back?
November 17th.
17th. This was the date of her son's passing, right?
Yes.
And did you notice her crying? Was she upset?
I can't recall. I mean, I was usually, I can't recall if she was actually.
What's the voluntary?
Okay, court, you make the finding that the statement was knowingly and voluntarily given to the proceeding.
Thank you, Judge. And Sergeant Tillerson, was this statement on November 17th of 2019 recorded in any way?
No, it didn't, you recorded it.
And can you tell me what happened?
I don't know, usually when we do an interview, we go back and try to pull that video, and I don't know what happened.
At that time, though, on November 17th of 2019, did Ms. Creighton talk to you about Mark Twain and his twin?
Yes.
And what do you learn about what happened to Mark Twain?
Speaking with Ms. Creighton, she indicated that she had two twins. She did state that she was feeding the twin and they weren't taking the milk well, so they were growing. She did indicate that she took them to the hospital and they changed the milk. She did indicate that I asked her if she was in any type of assistance to get milk. She said no. She stated that the child's father was purchasing cans of milk to feed both babies. I asked her how much milk were they drinking. At first I asked her how was she making milk. And she indicated that she was putting more water in the, if you were doing 3 ounces of milk, you would do scoop and a half of milk. So she indicated that she was doing more water than milk, so she wasn't preparing it correctly.
You're not trying to object that she wasn't preparing it correctly.
Where did that statement come from, that she wasn't preparing?
She didn't say correctly, but she indicated that she wasn't using the appropriate amount of water to the program.
That's what she told you?
Yes.
All right.
So she indicated also that 1 can of milk was lasting for approximately 2 weeks, feeding both children. So, basically that's it.
She indicated how big the cans were?
No, she didn't say how many ounces per se, but she already asked. I asked her why was she not receiving that wig for the kids, and she said she didn't feel like carrying home babysitter.
What did you do as a result of this November 17th, 2019 interview not being recorded?
And I realized that it wasn't recorded. We usually when we have a child that passes away, a lot of times it's from unsafe sleep. So we usually wait on the medical examiner report to come back to show what the actual cause of death is. So once I realized that the video wasn't recorded, I called her back in and I
So you interviewed Ms. Fraser again. Do you remember what day that was?
February,
You don't remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Would looking at the advice of rights of the second time you interviewed her, refresh your memory of the date that the interview happened? And what date was the second interview?
February 8th.
Of what year?
2020.
And at that time, did you give Ms. Creighton her Miranda rights again?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she acknowledge them?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, was she seen intoxicated or impaired in any way?
No, ma'am.
Did she do anything that would make you think that the statement wasn't voluntary?
No.
Procedural, let's do it 24. You know where does it stand with you?
Constitutional rights to secure identification.
And who's for?
Viola California.
And what's the date on that?
February 8th.
And is that, fair record of constitutional rights for which you gave Ms. Creighton on February 8th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And, is it official and signed?
Yes.
Move the admission of February 8th, 2020.
Objection.
That's for voluntariness, that's to.
What is voluntary, Mr. Gibbons? All right, what makes the finding the statement is knowingly voluntary?
Thank you, Judge. Was this February 8th, 2020 statement recorded in any way?
Yes.
And how was it recorded?
It was recorded without a camera system.
Okay. So there's a video of it?
Yes.
And, may I approach? Video of the statement taken on February 8th, 2020. We'll look at the information of the 25, the video statement. Thank you, Judge. Not sure if you wanted to play the video at this time, or did you want to play it?
We can do that. Play the video. So this exhibit 22 of this date, is this the 1 year old you're speaking of? We'll take 5. While you get that ready. Okay, agree? Okay, back on the record on People versus Creighton.
Like, specific contract.
Sit on the other side of the table. You want something to drink? No water or anything? Okay, I'll be right with you. You can read and write, right? Okay, here. I want you to print your name and date of birth at the top, and then you're going to read out loud. I understand that, and read number 1. Put your initials here showing that you understand them. There's a notice of your constitutional rights, just letting you know that you have certain rights. Initial on each one of those lines, sign, date, and time. The time is 12:30 p.m.
Give her something to drink.
She don't want anything. Give her water anyway, just in case she get thirsty. Here. You want water or you want to pop? It don't matter. Okay. I'm gonna put the date down here at the bottom. I mean the time. Okay, you understood everything? Okay, Miss Creighton. We called you in because we wanted to ask a couple of questions, just for clarity on some things that happened. How is Markel and your daughter doing?
Good.
You doing good?
Store don't got no more water. What's going on?
You said he's doing good? How about your daughter?
Good.
Good. Has he gained any weight?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good. Are they in foster care or with a family member?
Family member.
Okay, so do you get to see him?
On a Friday at the at Inkster.
On this Friday coming up or every Friday?
We don't go no more. We have court. We don't go to court Tuesday.
Okay. And what's gonna happen when you go to court?
I know the CPS lady said the foster care lady gone.
Can you zip down some? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I think the foster lady said that she gonna help us with like housing and stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's go over what happened the night before you found Mark Twain unresponsive. The day before, was he okay? He was acting normal? What was he doing? Tell me what an average day is for him.
And he would stay up
all day.
I mean, sometimes he'll go to sleep. He like to be picked up.
So between him and Markel, which one like to be held the most?
Both.
Both of them. Okay. When you feed them, who do you usually feed first?
My mom will get Markel, I get Mark Twain.
Okay. When you would feed both of them, you said you have Mark Twain and your mom has Markel. When you feed them, do you make bottles for both of them, or does your mom?
I make bottles.
Oh, you have like a whole set of bottles for both of them?
Yeah.
Do you make them and store them, or do you make them as they need them? Do you make them, a lot of them, and put them in the refrigerator, or when they need one, you just mix it and make it and give it to them like that?
Oh, I put all of them in the refrigerator.
Okay, you make them all in it. And then when you need, did they have the same milk?
Yeah.
Excuse me. So when you made the bottles and put them in the refrigerator, you can just grab one and it's the exact same milk. Just okay. You said when you had them, they were, one was 4 pounds
and 2 ounces, and one was 4 pounds and 12.
Okay. Who was 4 pounds 2 ounces? Mark Twain. And Markel was 412. Do you remember how much they weighed when you took them to the hospital on that?
I know Mark Twain. He lost like, I guess, a pound. So they say it was like 3 pounds.
Okay.
And then Markel is still the same.
Okay. But they changed their milk.
Yeah, because I had given them Gentle Ease. I thought they can have that. So they told me to get them Neosure.
Okay. When you gave them the Neosure, that would be this one right here, right? This one on the top. So this is what they was eating at first?
Yeah.
And you switched over to this one. When you was giving them this one, how did Mark Twain deal with this milk?
Like, they used to spit it up. They used to do that after I gave birth to them. They used to spit out their milk.
A lot?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay. So when they switched you from this milk, did they switch you from this one because they was throwing up? Or what made them switch you from this one to this one?
But this wasn't gaining them weight. It was supposed to be this.
Okay.
And they did that.
Okay, so when you switched them to this, they was taking it. How many ounces was they taking?
Like a 4.
A 4 ounce bottle?
Yeah.
Okay. The day before Mark Twain passed away, did he have any bottles?
Yeah.
And did he throw it up or did he hold it down?
I mean, he spit up a little.
Okay, but it wasn't a lot. So, how often did you feed them? Did you feed them when they would cry, or were they on a set schedule?
It's like they want it every 3 hours.
Okay, so every 3 hours you fed them 4 ounces?
Yeah.
Okay. When you took them to the doctor and they had lost weight, I'm going to show you some photos, okay? One photo. This is Markel. Were they like that when you took them to the hospital?
Yeah.
Did they both look like this one? They both was about this size? Okay. This is Markel the day that Mark Twain passed away. They both were about the same size? Yes?
Is that a yes?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
You gotta say yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay. So when the doctor saw him and he looked like this, did the doctor say he okay? He pretty healthy?
They didn't say he wasn't gaining weight. They was gaining and losing weight.
Okay.
That's all she said to me.
So when she said that he was gaining and losing weight, when they switched the milk, did they say, hey, we're going to try this milk out for a little while and then you bring them back?
Yeah, they told me to come up Thursday. And then I told my grandma, and then she said this, see if somebody can take me. So I tried, like, using the transportation. But I guess I had no insurance. So I had to reschedule. And they told me to come on the 18th.
Okay. So you had an appointment that Thursday after a doctor's appointment, but you couldn't make it, so you had to wait and reschedule. Okay. Did you have any WIC appointments between that time?
No.
Okay. You said you didn't go to WIC. You said you didn't get WIC for them.
No.
Dad was buying the milk.
Yeah.
Okay. Why didn't you get WIC? Was your oldest daughter on WIC?
Yeah.
Okay. When you had the twins, did you add them on?
No.
Why not?
I was so busy with the kids.
You was too busy with them? Did you have to take them to any doctors? You have to take them to doctor's appointments, right? And WIC is kind of like a doctor's appointment, right?
I mean, they give you milk.
Don't you think milk is important?
Yeah.
Okay.
They give you some like different things too, right?
Hmm?
They give you milk for the babies too if you need it, right?
Right.
But you were getting milk for your oldest daughter. Okay, so you still had some coupons and stuff for her?
I had lost my card.
Okay. So, did you ever have a WIC appointment scheduled?
For the twins?
Yeah.
Not I know of. I know I had an appointment for the Lions, but not the twins.
Okay.
When last time you got WIC?
Like the summer.
Did you pick it up? Did you ever pick some up for the 1-year-old?
No.
You never picked nothing up for her?
No.
When was the last time you picked something up for her?
I never picked them because my grandma used to get some milk from me.
Okay. So you never basically did you ever use the WIC
I used it after when I had her.
after you had the baby?
Yeah,
Your
Eliza.
oldest.
Yeah.
And you never used it. How often did you use it for her?
She was my only child, so.
At that time, how often did you use it with her though? Did you use it all the time with her?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Dad bought all the milk.
He bought this and the other one.
Who bought this?
I told you the doctor.
The doctor gave you this from the hospital?
She gave me 4.
So did Dad ever buy any of this?
He brought this, but he asked for some milk when I was in the hospital.
Okay, so they gave y'all this. So
it was the little bottles. You know, after you have the baby, they get them little bottles.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he got those from them, and then he went to CVS and bought the same one.
Of this one, after they switched you.
I don't know if it's Simlek, but I know it's the small one.
Okay, but you said they switched you from this one.
Right.
Because the babies weren't gaining weight, so they switched you to this one.
Yeah.
Where did you get this can from?
I told you, this right here, the doctor gave me this. She gave me 4 cans of this.
Okay, so I'm asking you, after the doctor gave you these 4 cans, did Dad ever buy any of this?
No, because I already had 4 cans.
Because you already had 4 cans. Okay, so he never bought Similac. He only was buying Enfamil before you went to the doctors. Okay, so this is the milk that you were using. You had 4 cans of it. How long did this can last you?
Maybe like a week.
Okay.
Like the first one, probably like a week or 2.
Okay, what about the second can?
Maybe the same way.
About 2 weeks? A week or 2? Usually, was it 1 week or was it 2?
I think it was 2.
2 weeks. And was both babies using the same can? Or did you have a can for her and a can for him?
They the same.
Okay, so 2 babies drinking out of the 1 can and that lasted about 2 weeks for you? Okay, good.
Can I ask something?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever go back to giving them this after
No.
the doctor told you?
No.
Okay.
Okay. So, this is a different type of milk. I never seen this kind of milk. When you mix this milk, how many scoops of milk did you put in the bottles?
If I was getting on 4, maybe like 2.
So if you was giving them a 4-ounce bottle, you mixed 2?
Yeah.
Do you remember ever telling us that you would put more water in it and a little bit less milk?
No. I probably did. I don't know.
Do you remember telling us that though? Alright, did you do that?
With this one, I think.
Was you trying to stress it out?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he was at work.
Who was at work?
Twain.
And
That's that. Okay. So when you got to this one, did you ever put a little bit more water in this one?
No, so put big scoops in there.
You put big scoops in here? But he lost all the weight. He was gaining no weight here. And you said when he went to the hospital, he
was gaining, losing weight.
Right, but when he went and they switched the milk, he looked like this picture, like his brother, right? He looked like that when you took him to the hospital?
Yeah.
This Markel. But Mark Twain looked like this too?
Yeah, but he was big. He's bigger than Mark Twain.
Okay, but when they went to the hospital, this is what they looked like.
Right, but I thought the Similac was helping them gain.
When you took Mark Twain to the hospital with this appointment that they switched the milk, could you see any of his ribs? Or did it look like that?
I think it looked like this.
You look like that? Okay. When the doctor saw him and he looked like this, did they point out any parts of his body that they would be like, okay, he's losing some weight because you could tell right here or you can tell right here?
No, she didn't say nothing. She just told me to get on the Similac and come back up here Thursday.
So the night before Mark Twain passed away, did you bathe him that night?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you look at his body that night?
Why wasn't he looking at it?
Huh?
One was me looking
I
at
mean, when you washing him up, you know, you looking at his body, you washing out his
yeah.
arms, you looking at him. Did he look different than this?
No.
He still looked like that night before he passed away?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you look at this picture, do you see anything wrong with him?
I mean, he's skinny.
Okay. But nothing jumps out at you to where you like, oh my gosh, I need to take him to the hospital.
No.
And Mark Twain looked like this.
Yeah, but a little smaller.
A little bit smaller? What parts of him was smaller?
His body.
Like where? What was different than on a tooth?
Blood. Markel was bigger.
Okay, so let me show you this picture.
Show me what?
This is Mark Twain's body the day he passed away. Is this what he looked like when you put him in the bathtub that night?
No.
You see his ribs? Is that what he looked like the day before he passed away? You see this skin and stuff on his arms?
Yeah, I see it.
Is that what he looked like the day before he passed away?
No.
This is what he looked like when he passed away.
Is that what you mean when you say that he was skinnier than?
No, I said Markel.
Was bigger than him, right? Is that what you meant by that? That this
Right.
he's skinny right here?
Could you see his ribs the night that you put him in the bathtub?
No.
Could you see the bones sticking out like they sticking out right here the night before? This is the night before he passed away.
I never seen it.
So when you put him in the bathtub, he looked like this?
Yes. He did.
He didn't.
What's the 1 year old? What's your 1 year old's name?
Eliza.
Eliza. Has Eliza ever been this small?
She was a full-term baby.
Full-term baby. And when she came home, how much did she weigh?
When I took her home,
Yeah.
she weighed 7 pounds.
7 pounds. Did she ever lose weight?
No.
She always gained weight.
Right.
All right. And she's a big baby? All the time? I mean, she never lost weight? Yeah.
If this was my baby and you saw it, would you think something was wrong with my baby?
Yeah.
What would you say?
What's wrong with the baby?
And what would make you think something wrong with him?
Bones.
So if this was my baby, you'd be like, what is wrong with your baby? Why are these bones showing? You think there's something wrong with me?
I guess.
But what if I said, there's nothing wrong with him because I feed him every day? I feed him all day. What would you say?
Don't look like it?
If you was giving him this,
Yeah.
was he taking it?
Yeah. And he just sometimes spit up.
What happened when he spit it up?
They come out his nose.
Mm-hmm.
And you get to choking a little.
Was that happening all the time or just
It's like a sometimes thing.
this is sometime thing? Did you ever bring up like red flags up to you? I should call the doctor or I should take him into ER because he's not taking it?
When I did have on, they used to spit up. So they just told me this a burp on.
This is a burp on. How many bottles was each of you taking a day?
They had all different bottles.
But how many? How often was you feeding? Was you feeding them every 4 hours?
It's like 3 hours.
Every 3 hours you was feeding them.
Did they both eat at the same time?
And how many ounces was you feeding them?
4.
4 ounces a day. 4 ounces each time, every 4 hours. Take that up for me. You had that up for me. I'm not good to man. Add that up for me.
Well, I didn't even listen.
So she giving them 4 ounces a day, right? 4 ounces every 3 hours. That's what she was giving them.
In a whole 24-hour day, or did they sleep through the night?
They won't sleep through the night because they always hungry.
So you feed them even through the night. How many times you feed them at night?
The same thing.
Every 4 hours. 4 ounces. Okay.
So that's 8 bottles a day.
8 bottles a day. You was giving them out here. How many ounces is in that can?
I don't know.
You see?
22.
See, she knows.
But the ounces on the can is different than when you making an actual bottle.
Okay.
The bottom line is they had eight bottles.
For both of them.
4 ounces. So that's really
For both of them.
right.
Because you give them 2 bottles, right?
Right.
So my question is, how is this stretching out? How is this stretching out for both?
Stretching them out. Because they have 4 cans.
They have 4 cans. And how many weeks were they on here, on this?
How many what?
How many weeks were they on this?
Weeks?
Yeah. How long were they on that?
They started giving it to me October 21st. That's the day I took them to the doctor.
Okay.
And they passed away November 17th, so a month.
A month.
So how many cans of this did you have left?
I had like one more. That was the last one right there.
Okay. Did Mark Twain throw up more than Markel?
No.
Okay. So when you fed them, they both threw up, or one of them threw up more than another?
I think it was both.
And how was their bowel movements?
It was good.
Both of them? They both used the bathroom often? One time a day, twice a day?
I think twice.
Twice a day they have bowel movements? And how often were they urinating?
I think like every day. And they used to pee through their clothes.
How often though? Was it every other hour they were urinating, or?
Yeah.
So can I ask you a question? This is the day Mark Twain passed away, and this is the day that Mark Twain passed away. So this is what he looked like that day. And
Who is that?
This is Mark Hill, and this is Mark Twain. This is Mark Hill after we took him to the hospital that day. You remember that day? Okay. When he went to the hospital, this is him at the hospital. This is what he looked like that day. And this is what he looked like that day. The same day. Do you see a difference in the two babies?
He got more meat.
Okay, and he got more bones, right? They both drinking the same milk, right? They both drinking the same amount of ounces. They both throw up a little bit, but they still getting milk, right? So we have two things going on. He's malnourished.
I don't see how.
That's why you see his bones.
Right, but I fed
You don't know how it happened.
But that's what I'm about to explain to you, okay? Because you said you feeding them. You said they taking in the same amount. The difference is that I'm gonna give it to you like this. If you making a 6 ounce bottle, 4 ounce bottle, and you don't put enough milk in it, and they getting more water, guess what they not getting?
The milk.
The milk.
But when I did get to some, I always put like big scoops in there. I never put a little.
Okay, but let me explain it to you again. If you put more water, because the first time you came, you told us you was putting more water in it than milk, right? Okay, so when you put more water than milk, that means that they're not getting all the vitamins and the nutrients that they're supposed to. So it's not that you aren't feeding them a bottle, it's that the bottles that you're feeding them is nothing but water. You see what I'm saying? So it's not that you like, oh, I'm not going to feed my babies today. I'm going to just leave them over there. No, you're doing what you're feeding them. But because you put more water in a bottle than milk, really what you feeding them is just water. And we can't survive on water, right? By itself. Okay? So when the autopsy report comes back, the autopsy report told us that he passed away because he was malnourished. He passed away because he wasn't eating anything but water. When we took him to the hospital, do you know that he coded? He stopped breathing that same day. You know why he stopped breathing?
The same thing.
Because he was malnourished. So what we want you to understand is that we understand what happened. We just want you to understand that we're not saying you didn't feed them, give them a bottle and stick it in their mouth. We want you to understand that you weren't giving them any milk, right?
Right, and then I start getting them the Similac. So how they malnourished?
Was you stretching out this bottle?
Right, until I got this bottle.
Right. And you only had that for like a month.
Right.
Right.
But they wasn't getting no nutrient with this one either.
What you do? Let me ask you this. And maybe you're so used to stretching out with this. Was you doing the same thing, making those bottles with this? You know how you get into a habit of I'm stretching out this as well. So you're stretching this out, right? So when you got this, did you do the same thing? Was it the same routine? So you changed up and giving them more. Okay. Let me ask you something else. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Your mom and your sister was at the location, right? Did they ever help you make bottles? You the only person to make the bottles. All right. Did they ever help you with any feedings?
My mama would get one of them.
But you take the bottle that you made and you would give it to mama.
Right.
Okay. Did mom and them ever give them baths?
No.
All right. You the only person gave them baths. Who got them dressed?
Which one?
Either one of them. Who dressed them every day?
Me.
All right. So you're the one that had care, cuts, control all the time and handling the babies, right? Okay. Who did they sleep with?
Nobody.
At the house, where did they sleep at your house? I mean, at mama's house.
In the car seat.
In the car seat all the time?
Or they be in the room with my mama if she want to get them.
Or did they have clothes on when they was in the room with your mom? Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
I'll be right back. Okay. Have you you guys still staying with your mom?
Yeah, for right now. I gotta wait for my dad to fix his feet and his water.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you think I should know? When you saw him the night before, when Dad came home, did Dad say that he felt like something was wrong with Mark Twain?
He came in. I know he took all his stuff off, and then my mama had him, and then she brought him in the front, and then I know Mark Twain picked him up and said what's wrong with him, and then my mom's boyfriend, well, like he was been looking like that all day.
Had he been?
I haven't seen him looking like that.
What did he look like that made Dad say what's wrong with him?
Like he said it looked like somebody shocked him or something. And his eyes kept looking downward.
Okay. So when you saw his eyes like that, what did you think was wrong?
Maybe going cross-eyed?
When his eyes was going down like that, was he doing any shaking or anything? Okay. So when his eyes was going down, is that something that you had seen him do before? Or was that something new?
It was like something new.
Okay. Has Markel's eyes ever done that? Okay. So where was he at when his eyes was going down like that?
He was in the back room with my mom after I gave him a bath.
Okay. So when Mark Twain Dad came in and he saw his eyes like that, where was the baby then?
Yeah. In the back room with my mama.
Okay. And at what point did he go in the front room with Dad?
My mama had came in and put him back in his car seat.
Okay.
And that's when Twain picked him up and said what's wrong with him.
Okay. Before that happened, did you hear him cry or anything when he was with your mom?
He was crying when I gave him a bath.
Okay. Did he fall or anything? Okay. Did he hit his head on anything? Did you see any marks or bruises on him when he came back from your mom? Okay, so when she brought him back, he was okay. His eyes was just doing something a little crazy. His body wasn't tensing up or anything?
No.
Okay. Where did you sleep at that night?
On the floor.
You was on the floor in the living room? So both babies were in their car seats. Dad was on the floor and you were on the floor. Did Mark Twain go to sleep before you or after you?
They go to sleep first.
Okay. So the last time you knew that Mark Twain was okay and alive was what time?
You around like 12?
Okay. At what time did you notice him not responsive?
Like around 8 in the morning.
Okay. So he slept all night?
I don't even know.
Did you sleep all night?
I did, but Mark Twain was up. I don't know what time he went to sleep.
You said he went to sleep before you went to sleep?
No, I said they go to sleep first.
Oh, you mean Dad, Mark Twain?
Yes.
Okay. But you went to sleep after they went to sleep. Okay, so the last time you knew the babies to be okay was 12 o'clock at night. Okay. When you woke up that morning, tell me what you saw.
His eyes was open. And then I looked at him, I touched him. And then I went in the back room and got my mama. And then she picked him up and put him at the edge of the bed. I guess trying to do CPR.
So you took him in the back to your mother?
No, my mama did.
Okay, she came up there and got him. Did she take the whole car seat or she picked him up out the car seat?
She picked him up.
Okay. And then she took him in the back. Who called 911?
I think my sister.
Okay. And did anybody do CPR?
Mark Twain.
Okay. When you got him, did you go to the hospital with him? Okay. So you didn't know what his cause of death was until when?
They didn't tell us.
They didn't tell you?
Talk to you.
Hold on. What was I asking? I'm sorry. Do you remember what I asked?
Cause of death.
Oh, nobody told you what it was? Okay. So according to the autopsy report, his cause of death is malnourishment. So basically, like I said, he wasn't getting enough vitamins and stuff out of the milk. And you know, when they took him in, he was malnourished also. He just wasn't as bad off as he was. But he was too. Do you know he stopped breathing when they took him to the hospital? Okay, that's because. So, do you remember my partner telling the EMS to take him to the hospital? And they weren't going to take him at first? As soon as they got him in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, he coded. So he would have passed away also. Okay? So, just for future reference, just so you'll have it in your head, you know, when you making babies bottles, you have to make sure you put enough milk.
I did.
But you didn't do it all the time.
Because these bottles are always made in the refrigerator.
Right, but you have to put enough milk to water. Okay? So, and you already said that you would make it less milk than water sometimes.
Right, with the infant.
Right, but here's my thing. If you was doing that with the infant and he looked like this, you had to be doing it with this for him to end up like this.
No, because after I had him, and I took him home, I was getting him this until I took him to the doctor.
Right, but if you said when he went to his doctor's appointment, he looked like this. So, but you was feeding him every day.
Right, so they give me that.
But now he looked like this. So if you was feeding him every day, he wouldn't go from here to here.
Because they said he lost his pounds.
He lost a lot of pounds. But if you was feeding him this with the right amount of milk and the right amount of water, he wouldn't have lost weight.
They told me he lost 3 lost.
That's with this. Right? You said
I don't
this
know
was
if that made him lost weight or not. But they told me
when you feeding a baby milk and you making the bottles with the correct amount of milk and water, they're not gonna lose weight. He didn't lose weight like this.
Okay, well they told me he was gaining lose weight. That's for both of them.
There's a lot of weight though. He don't have any more weight to lose.
Well, that's what they told me. So
he was starving because all he was getting was water.
I ain't fed him no water.
But look, if you put milk in and you don't put if you put water
and that look watery.
No, it'll still be white. It just won't have enough nutrients in it. If I stop feeding you and just fed you water every day and put a little bit of Kool-Aid color in it, it's still just water, right? You have to put enough of the things you need in it to get the results.
He only did that with the.
He was going to die too because he didn't have enough nutrients either. So it's not that you weren't feeding them, you just weren't feeding them the right amount of milk in the water. He was dying too. He starved to death because he didn't get enough milk. He didn't get enough food in his milk. So it's not that you weren't feeding your babies. It's what that you weren't making the milk right? Because I'm not saying you weren't feeding your babies. I'm not saying that you intentionally did this. Right? You thought you was making the milk stretch, right? Right? Okay, so I'm not saying that you was trying to hurt your babies. If you only got a little bit of milk and you only can put a little bit in, I understand that. Because look, I'm a mama too. And I've been hungry. My kids been hungry. Sometimes you have to make stuff stretch. Instead of giving them a sandwich with 2 pieces of bread, sometimes you gotta give them a sandwich with 1 piece of bread. You know what I'm saying? It's not that I'm not feeding them. You just can't have the luxury life that you used to. We all struggle, girl. I work every day, and guess what? Some days I'm still hungry. I pay my bills and my checks be gone. So I don't want you to think that I don't understand. You know what I'm saying? We all been here. So I'm not saying you wasn't feeding them. I understand. We all have done things to take care of our babies. So don't think that I'm judging you. It's just better that you get your story told because you don't want somebody to assume that you weren't feeding your babies, right? You was feeding them. You was just putting a little bit less milk than water, right? So we understand that. Did you intentionally hurt your baby? I can't hear you. Move your hand and say it. Did you intentionally hurt your baby?
No.
Did you think that you was doing the right thing when you was stretching the milk?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes you a good person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because a bad person is somebody that's just gonna starve their babies. We ain't got no more milk, so oh well. You didn't do that, right?
No.
What did you do?
Stretched it.
Exactly. Because you was making it happen. So don't feel bad. I'm not judging you. It's been some days that I look in the refrigerator and have to make a meal out of nothing. People thought I was crazy because me and my kids were eating noodles with hamburger. But we ate. You know what I'm saying? So you have to do what we have to do. You're not a bad person. We're not judging you. Okay? Okay, come on.
Yes.
Morning, sir. Joe. Just a question for you. Now, this is your second interview with my client, correct? You didn't memorialize either one of these in the paper, right? She didn't write the statement, right?
I'm sorry?
She didn't write the statement.
No.
And she didn't verify any of the information in the first interview, correct?
Sorry.
In other words, you said you asked questions, but there was nothing written down that said, this is what I said. Okay. And you don't remember everything that was said in the first interview, correct?
Not verbatim, not, but I remember the justice.
So when you testified earlier, it wasn't what she said. This is kind of what you remember she might have said, right?
Everything that I stated, she said was what we did.
So you remember that part, you just don't remember everything else.
I remember the conversations that we had.
Okay. But you don't remember the exact details.
I don't remember every single thing that was said, but I remember everything that was said that was pertinent to the child's past.
Okay. So when I asked you earlier that was she crying, you said you don't remember, you don't recall.
I can't recall if she was crying because this isn't the only child custody that I have. And I haven't wanted the child custody. So some parents are crying, some parents are not crying. So to recall if she was specifically crying, I can't. But I've dealt with over 50, 60, 70 child custody.
Okay. Now you said, you testified that she told you that she put more water, correct?
Yes.
That was her word. You put more water.
Yes.
She didn't tell you what more water meant, right?
She indicated that she indicated if she put 4 ounces of water, she would put less than 2 scoops of milk in. So looking at the directions on the container, if you're using 4 ounces of water, you need 2 scoops of milk. So when we discussed the amounts of water to milk ratio, they weren't she wasn't putting the exact amount of milk to the ratio of water.
And she told you what she did, correct?
Yes.
So she said, I didn't put the exact amount, right?
She said I would put 2 to 3 ounces of water, and then I asked her how many scoops of milk, and she would say 1.5.
Okay. Now, you just heard her testify, I'm sorry, you heard her on the video, she said she did scoop, right?
That was in the second. Yeah.
So the scoops aren't exact, right?
Exactly what?
I mean, nowhere on those scoops does it say put in exactly, I don't know, 50 grams of protein, right?
There are directions on the can.
It says scoop, right? But it doesn't say exactly what's contained in scoop, right?
A scoop is what I understand.
Well, what I'm saying is, if she used, as she said, a big scoop, would that be more than a regular scoop? So there's really no way for you to define what more is. She just sort of eyeballed it, if you would say, right?
I guess I don't know what she did.
And you found formula in the house, right?
Yeah.
There were bottles in the house, correct?
Yeah.
You opened the refrigerator, did you, and there were several bottles in the refrigerator, pre-made, right?
Yeah.
And she had 2 different types of formula in the house, right?
Yeah.
She had the Infamil, correct? And then she switched over to the Similac, correct? Now we were looking at the video and she was doing a lot of pointing. We couldn't tell what she was pointing, right? But she did switch, she did tell you that she went from one to the other, right?
Yeah.
So we don't know, but she didn't tell you when she did the switch, right?
She stated she switched at the second I had doctor.
Okay, did she tell you that day I went home and got rid of all my other milk and on this day I just, the meat started?
No.
So we don't know if she used up the old milk, right?
Correct.
And just started using the new milk when that was gone, right?
Correct.
So did you take possession of the bottle as evidence?
No.
You left the bottle, so you don't know how much formula was in these bottles, right?
Correct.
You don't know if these bottles approached I'm trying to think of the word, a critical mass of nutrients in these bottles. You just had bottles, right? That she had pre-made. Let's talk about the children. You met Eliza, right? Eliza was her 11-month-old daughter, correct? Eliza was normal, correct? In your opinion?
Yes.
Eliza was healthy, correct?
Correct.
There were no signs of abuse or anything that showed that she was mistreated, correct?
Correct.
She told you that my Liza was born with full term, right?
Yeah.
So there was no issue with that. And then we have the twin Markel and Mark Twain, right? So we had 3 kids in the house and they're all under the age of 1, correct? And she indicated that she was the person that was taking care of all the kids, right? Besides their low weight, did the kids have any other signs of abuse? So they were taken care of, correct?
I think one of the children had a diaper rash.
They were clean. No sign of bruising, kids, correct? And she did indicate that these kids were throwing up milk, correct?
Yes.
And she told you that she took them to the doctor, right? And she told you she was trying to get the doctor to get the kids back, but she missed her appointment, correct? You recall the apartment that they stayed in?
Do I recall the apartment number?
The apartment, the
Yes.
condition.
Yes.
So this was a 1-bedroom apartment, correct?
Yes.
And there were multiple people in this apartment, correct?
Yes.
There were 5 adults in the apartment.
I'm not sure if it was that.
Okay. There was a single bed, correct?
Yes.
There was sparse furniture. There wasn't a lot of furniture, correct?
Right.
So it was apparent that they did not have a lot of meat, correct?
Yes.
Did she tell you that she had a car?
No.
So she did not have a car. So she had to rely on others or public transportation to get to her. And she had 3 kids to try to do that, right?
Did I get an answer?
Yes, I'm asking.
Can you redirect?
Those cans of baby food, in your experience, do those cans, do they come with a like scooper in them? So there's a predetermined amount that would be 1 scoop per each bottle of formula?
Yes.
Okay. And, do you remember if, there was anything collected from the scene at the apartment?
I can't recall the first time before.
Yes, I can show you the, I have a spec for the refresh recollection.
Yes.
Right.
You know, that was refresh your memory as to there was items collected from the apartment.
There was.
And what was collected?
There was a bottle from the refrigerator and a swab from that bottle.
Okay. And within the video statement that we just watched, Ms. Creighton, how would she describe, would you describe her baby as spitting up or throwing up?
Spitting.
And to you, is that different than throwing up?
Yes.
Nothing further.
In regards to the scoops, there's really no way to determine what is in one scoop, right? A scoop of powder. If I a scoop of powder, there's no way to determine how much is in a scoop of powder, right?
How much of what?
How much of powder of anything.
Not sure I understand the question.
So if I take a scoop of formula and you take a scoop of formula, there's no way to say they're the exact same amount of that scoop, right? Okay.
Thank you, officer. Any other witnesses for the people?
No further witnesses, Judge. We do have some. Okay, with the admission I'm under MCL 766.1.
Objection. Admitted.
Thank you, Judge, and it's people's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I just have some parts from that. People's exhibit 1 is PMC Children's Hospital records from Marquis Montgomery from is a mid-date, it's November 17th. His discharge date is November 28th, 2019. Under history of present illness, patient was found to be bradycardic, hypothermic, hypoglycemic, and apnea in the ED. Patient was noted to be athletic. For his weight, his initial weight was 1.9 kilograms. That's 4 pounds and 11/17 ounces. His current weight on discharge would be 2.4 kilograms, 5 pounds and 11/27 ounces. These associated diagnoses are anemia, poor weight gain in infant, ataxia, acute hypoxemic respiratory failure, hypothermia, hypoglycemia, apnea in infant, failure to thrive in infant, acute hypoxic respiratory failure. Under his hospital course, her mom, she was originally feeding gentle ease 4 ounces Q3H. However, when she went to the PCP appointment about a month ago, there was concern for weight gain and switched baby's formula to NeoShirt, 22 pounds per ounce. Mom said baby was feeding about 5 ounces Q3H. Baby does not wake up at night for feeds. Mom says baby has some sit-ups, sometimes after feeds. Otherwise, no issue with bowel movements or urinary output. Under the ER course, patient was noted in triage to be bradycardic and hypothermic with a heart rate of 90 and episodes of apnea. Patient continued to have intermittent episodes of apnea, so a probable was called. The decision was made to intubate the patient. Patient was taken from the CT scanner directly to the neonatal ICU bed in critical condition. On the NICU floor, he had an echo on November 18th that showed low normal left ventricular output, likely secondary to malnourishment. Patient has been tolerating his full feeds with no emesis. On his Rainbow 4 course, he was tolerating oral feeds. And nutrition consult was placed. They recommended continuing the 22-pound meal short with minimum of 528 milliliters daily. suggests continuing 75 milliliters Q3H. He's tolerating his needs very well, minimal skid ups, and is gaining roughly 33 grams per day. And his diagnosis formally was acute hypoxic respiratory failure, apnea in infants, ataxia, failure to thrive in infants, hypoglycemia, and hypothermia. People's Exhibit 2 are the birth records from Ascension Providence Southfield of Mark Twain Montgomery. Patient was born on September 18, 2019, was discharged on September 23rd, 2019. His birth weight was 1.86 kilograms. His weight upon discharge was 1.805 kilograms. There is patient education information given to Ms. Viola Brighton, including well child care, newborn, and infant formula prep sheet. Within the infant formula preparation instructions, they do instruct on how to prepare to make formula, specifically how to use powdered formula. Under well care child newborn, they instruct on feeding, the importance of nutrition, formula feeding specifically. Ms. Creighton did sign a discharge release form that this information was discussed with her and that she had the opportunity to ask questions. Throughout her hospital course, social work provided multiple options for help with resources at home. Social work provided patients with lists of baby item resources, key pregnancy resources, and additional resources for new mother at bedside for review. The patient was accepting. Patient was referred to the Ascension Maternal Infant Health Program. She received prenatal care at Providence Pavilion. Patient states she's not prepared for babies due to her not having a job. States she received WIC, but bridge card was discontinued. Patient is agreeable to being referred to Ascension Maternal Infant Health Program. Referral was made and OB resources have also been provided. Referral was made to Detroit's Stork Nest for families to secure additional provisions for babies. With each day she was there, she received education. On September 23rd, 2019, education received was infant feeding, bottle feeding, frequency / amount, bottle cleaning and preparation. Under intake and nutrition or feeding plans or bottle, the newborn was formula. The premature formula was 22-pound Neosure. On September 21st, the education given was bottle feeding, frequency, amount, bottle cleaning and preparation. The feeding plan at that time was the bottle was 22 calories. On September 20th, an education as to bottle feeding, frequency, and amount. Feeding plan was still bottle at that time. Under 22-pound Neosure. On September 19th, he given education as to bottle feeding, frequency, and amount. Feeding plan was still bottle at that time, 22 calcium lab. And on September 18th, her initial plan was breastfeeding, given information on breastfeeding frequency. And at that time, the plan was to breastfeed. That's the first day. Exhibit 3 are the first records of Marquis Montgomery, Ascension, Providence. Those are six Marquis. Was Exhibit 4 are medical records from Greenfield Pediatrics as it relates to Mark Twain Montgomery. These are from October 21st of 2019. At that time, his weight was 3 pounds, 15 ounces. His current diagnoses at that time were failure to thrive in newborn, acute conjunctivitis of the left eye, congenital stenosis and strictural lacrimal duct. This was his first visit to the PEDS office. The birth weight was 4 pounds, 12 ounces. His current weight was 4 pounds, 3 ounces. His physical exam noted that he was athletic alert. As for feeding, it was changed to 22-pound Yorkshire. Feed to fill, feed to Q, and no more than 3 hours between feeds. Samples were provided. Instruction sheet on how to mix gentle leads to make 22-pound provided, with form provided. Importance of infant being below birth weight is stress need for calories and nutrition, proper formula, and proper using formula. Safety and education given during prematurity, monitoring temp, keeping warm, waiting to feed if they're not independent needs. Exhibit 5 is the Greenfield Pediatric records for Marquis Montgomery. Also from October 21st of 2019. His weight being 4.3 pounds. Current diagnoses, premature weight, failure to drive a newborn, congenital black ear tug, unclassified acute conjunctivitis. This was also his first visit to the PEDS office. Birth weight being 4.4 pounds, 12 ounces. Current weight 4 pounds, 3 ounces. He's also described as hepatic alert. And he's also changed 22-pound Yorkshire, feed to fill, feed to Q, and no more than 3 hours between feeds. Samples provided. Instruction sheet on how to mix the gentle leads to make 22-pound provided, with form provided. Was Exhibit 6, the Greenfield Pediatric records for Eliza Montgomery. Also from October 21st, 2019. We have her weight at 18.1 pounds. And her date of birth being December 7th, 2018. She was just over a year old. No further witnesses or exhibit that is not judged.
Any witnesses for the defendant? No. People?
I have to move to find over on the charge of the complaint warrant. I reserve any argument for rebuttal.
That's good.
Yeah, recognize that this is very sensitive stuff. When you review the capacity of the However, I do not
Can you
believe,
turn the volume up for me just a little bit?
I do not believe that we have a case of child abuse or manslaughter. Yeah, I think what the evidence shows is that we have a mother with 3 children, all under the age of one year old, who was trying to raise 3 children on her own. She gave them formula as she could. There were no outwardly signs of abuse. The one child that was born to term thrived. Unfortunately, we had 2 premature children that did not thrive. But my client took her kids to the doctor. When she said that they were not thriving, though, let the doctor know that there was an issue. She got the milk change. She got the new formula. When they went to the house, there was a picture of the bottle pre-made. I don't think that we have a case where she did not feed the children. She fed the children. And in an interview on the day that her child passed, she said she gave the child more water in the bottle. Again, we cannot define what more water meant. We can define that she gave them formula with water, but we don't know, did she give them a half an ounce more? Did she give them a little more? We don't know if that is the critical mass of nutrients that this child needed, nor do we know if the other issue with the child spitting up the milk may have caused malnutrition. Your Honor, I simply don't believe that we have enough to say that this young lady did anything purposely, intentionally to cause the harm of these kids. I think that
You recognize that's not the charge, correct? I said purposely.
the manslaughter charge here is a child abuse charge. Involuntary, yes. Your Honor. Right. So I don't think we have anything where she acted negligent. I think she did her best to try to make sure that these children were fed and taken care of. I think the officer testified that other than the fact that the children were underweight, that the children did not have any signs of abuse, had no signs of being mistreated. I don't think we have enough to say that she did anything, and we just unfortunately are here because of the passing of the child. But I don't think we should blame her solely for the passing of this child. Yeah, it's just the fact of life. It happened, you know, and nobody wants to see a child pass, and we're sorry that a child gets passed. But I don't think that every time a child passes, that we have to sit up and point fingers and say that this person is to blame. Things happen that are out of our control in spite of our best efforts. And I think we have a situation like that here.
Yes. As it relates to the charges in this complaint warrant, she's charged with involuntary manslaughter. We won't stand for that. Gross negligence. I'm going to say that the defendant did nothing in this case. Besides maybe attempt to feed her kids. It's not even wholly consistent with the evidence provided. Dr. Blake is that this baby had nothing in his gastrointestinal system. He had nothing in his urine. Or Dr. Reyes, that means that he wouldn't have been fed for at least a day to a couple days. You know from the photos that they did have bottles available. Judge, I'm not sure if he just wasn't given a bottle. Maybe they fed one twin accidentally again. I'm not sure. But we do know for a fact that this baby had absolutely nothing in him. We know that there was absolutely no other evidence of any other disease that would lead to his malabsorption, that would lead to his malnutrition. Absolutely nothing, no natural cause that would lead him to have verbal case. And for the defendant herself, you spit up, Judge, and that's only sometimes. You know, the defendant is the one who says by her own word, is the only one who made the bottles. She made them. You know that she's the only one who gave them, fed them. Judge Carter, I believe that the evidence of the case proves to at least become a probable cause standard that the defendant committed crimes alleged.
Thank you. So the defendant had three very young children that she was pretty much caring for her own. Even that I think is debatable because her mom was apparently in the house as well. And it sounds like it was also helping with the children to some degree. But yet still she was raising these kids on her own. So what? And it doesn't sound like she was in the very best of financial situation. But again, so what? There are literally thousands of people out here who do not allow their children to starve to death. Per the medical examiner that testified, this child was severely dehydrated, had no traces of food in the system whatsoever. None. It takes time for something like that to happen. It takes time for a child to lose that kind of weight. I acknowledge and I agree with you, Mr. Wiggins. It was my understanding that when a child is born, it's not unusual for that child to lose some ounces. Ounces, not pounds, ounces. As a father of two premature children myself, I'm very well aware of that. I'm also aware that there's all kinds of help that are available. It doesn't take Einstein or a medical examiner or a doctor to look at these three photos of these children and to recognize that one appears to be perfectly healthy, the oldest child. The twins, however, particularly Mark Twain, who passed away, his condition is downright scary. He's almost a skeleton as he lays here. People's Exhibit 10. There's no way possible you can look at that child and say, nothing is wrong here. I acknowledge that she took the baby to the doctor. I acknowledge that she got formula for the baby. She even switched formula. The problem is she didn't give it to him. This baby died of starvation. Medical records suggest that the medical examiner testified to that this baby died of starvation. And the oldest child is not starving. And by the looks of the defendant, she's not missing any meals either. But her babies, her two twins, most certainly have. They're not eating. The physical evidence would suggest they're not drinking either. All that being said, the court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this offense was committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court, Criminal Division for further proceedings. Her arraignment on the information, date, and time will be, I guess it's going to be July 5th. July 5th, 2023. July 11th. July 11th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Are there any issues, Esteban? Esteban, we continue. Yes.
Push. I see it.
Now 10.
Okay, lunch till 1:30. Thank you, Judge. You guys done for the day?
Oh, we'll be back at 1:30.
Okay, I'll see you at 1:30.
Yeah.
Thank you. The snowbirds brought these. murder, second degree. Count 2, felony firearm. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mark Fedora for the people, E76177.
Judge, good afternoon to you and your staff. Lillian Diallo, 52036, on behalf of the Isaac Thompson, who is present to my left. We are ready to proceed. We would make a motion for sequestration.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. Ladies and gentlemen out there, you too, now, if you are a witness or potential witness in order, you can log off at this time. How many witnesses for the people?
I believe 2, Your Honor. And I would ask that the OIC officer in charge, Officer Blackwell, be permitted to remain in court for the duration of the
Any objection?
No, that's Eric. You're Eric Langford? I keep seeing your name. How are you? Good to meet you. Okay.
All right. Do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to begin with before you call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few. So first, just with respect to the complaint, based on how the evidence comes out, the people may be moving to amend count 1 to murder first degree, premeditated, and or felony murder. So again, that depends on how the testimony.
Okay.
The second, the people just have a motion to exclude some prior convictions pursuant to MRE 906. These are with respect to our first witness, Tyler Trollman. So I disclosed 3 prior convictions that he has to defense, and I can list those for the court.
Does it have anything to do with theft or dishonesty or false statement?
They're all related to theft.
And dishonesty.
So why would they be excluded in the last 10 years?
They're all related to theft. Well, the first one is outside of 10 years. So that one dated August 23rd, 2010. That's a larceny, felony larceny. So I got that basically.
All right.
The second is from July 6, 2015. It's a breaking and entering a building with intent.
How would that be excluded?
It's not specific, my information is specific as to what felony with intent is, but assuming it's with intent to commit a larceny, as being a theft-related offense, it's really not relevant to Mr. Trollman's truthfulness, his credibility.
I think that's exactly why it's allowed.
And I'll defer to the court, Your Honor, that's my position. It's not a crime of dishonesty. It's not making a false statement. It just involves an intent to take property.
You say that's not dishonesty?
And Your Honor, it doesn't involve a false statement or testifying falsely, which would be most relevant to.
So if it involves theft, dishonesty, or false statement, it's allowable as long as it's within 10 years.
And then I'll move on. The final conviction is from 2019. It's an attempt, retail fraud, second degree. So it is a misdemeanor, not punishable by more than a year. So then it would be a
Sure would. It's misdemeanor or felony involving theft or dishonesty or false statement.
And Your Honor, according to 609, so that's slightly exactly. So 609, section A, section 2. So the crime contained an element of theft. And
with all due respect, Mr. Fedora, you're not dealing with the novice here. I've been doing this for close to 30 years. It's been that long, Mr. Allen. Close to 30 years. I can decipher what's what.
Okay, well, I mean, Your Honor, the court rule does indicate that the crime must include an element of theft and then be punishable in excess of 10 years. That's for theft. So crimes of dishonesty and false statement, that doesn't apply. It can be a misdemeanor or misdemeanor or theft. That's according to 609.
You still talking to me about this?
And I respect you.
Thank you, Judge. And I believe my client's people are up there, can I have them come in now? No, they can't come in?
No.
Oh, I didn't know that. Let me just tell them. Okay, thank you. They can watch it on
YouTube.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. York. All right, Your Honor, with that, people would offer into evidence what's been marked as people's proposed one. This is the medical examiner's report, showing a copy to counsel.
Yeah, I have this, just one second. Yeah, I have one, two, three. So it's 5 pages, correct? Yeah, it's 5 pages. Is that proposed one?
Correct.
Okay. No objection to proposed one, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just, may I just read briefly from the report, Your Honor? Please. So the report is authored by Assistant Medical Examiner Nicole Froome, Dr. Nicole Froome. This is in reference to an autopsy performed on November 1st, 2022. The report indicates in part that postmortem examination revealed 3 gunshot wounds on the body, 1 to the head, 1 to the chest, 1 to the right arm. Dr. Froome's conclusion was that in consideration of the circumstances of postmortem examination, it is my opinion that death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner of death is homicide. Yeah, vote, Your Honor.
No objection for purposes of exam on
Mr. Diallo, does the name Denisha Walker mean anything to you?
nothing. Well, I don't know who they are.
Okay. Somebody just came my way.
No, well, not me.
Your Honor, that I have a Denise Walker. Sorry, Denise Williams. You said Denisha Walker.
Denisha Walker.
And Your Honor, beyond that, I'm ready to call my first witness. People is called Tyler George Troll.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? I do. Thank you. Please give me your name and spell over your name to the young lady seated over there. Speak directly to that microphone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Trollman, could you please state your full name, spelling first and last?
Tyler Trollman, Tyler Trollman.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Trollman. Now, I'm first going to ask you, do you know a gentleman named Isaac Thompson?
Yes.
And how did you come about first having contact with Mr. Thompson?
We're in the Discovery County Jail.
And where was it in the jail that you had contact with
In
Mr. Thompson?
C1.
C1 being what?
A cell.
And so were you staying in the same cell as Mr. Thompson?
Yes, it was.
And you recall the date you first met Mr. Thompson?
No, I can't recall
Do you recall how long, length of time that you were cellmates with him?
I can't give a date like that. No idea.
And any idea as like months, years?
Like 2 months, 3 months.
And again, that's approximate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you saw Mr. Thompson today, would you be able to identify him?
Yes, I could.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
And can you just identify him by an item of his clothing where he is in the courtroom?
Blue or black shirt over the right.
And for the record, Your Honor, Mr. Trollman did point in the direction of the defendant.
What is he wearing again? What did you say he's wearing? Black and blue shirt? Black and blue? Or blue? Black or blue? Okay. Okay, you heard something else about it? It's green. It's green, okay. All right, record should reflect that this isn't identified as a defendant.
Thank you. Now, did the defendant go by any nickname?
EJ.
And was that what you called him?
Yes, it is.
Now, getting to the point in this case, you know why you're here, correct?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, at any time while you were cellmates with the defendant, did he bring up an incident from Detroit?
Objection leading.
Yes, he did.
Thank you. Don't leave.
Who, me? Oh, no.
I said don't leave.
Who, me? Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trollman, was there something the defendant brought up to you relevant to this case?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
A murder that happened.
Okay. Now, what did he first tell you when he brought this up?
That the DNA you guys had that wasn't his.
And can you repeat that?
The DNA that you guys had wasn't his.
Okay. And did you ask him what he meant by that?
Yes, I did.
And what did he say?
He said he had some gloves on, a cap, and a coat.
And did he give you some context of when he had these things on?
In November.
And did he specify November of what year?
Last year.
And what did he say what was going on with you?
He murdered somebody.
Objection, conclusion. Conclusory. No. That is a fact.
He said that's
Ultimate
what,
fact.
he said that's what.
What he directly
defendant
said. Oh, okay, I'm sitting down. Thank you. Right.
And Mr. Trollman, did the defendant say anything more specific about how he murdered somebody?
He said the 45 that he had jammed up and his buddy and partner shot him.
Okay. And did he say who the partner was?
No, he did not.
And did he say how his partner killed him?
Objection, wait.
No, he did not.
There's a lot of stuff going on, but that's okay. He said, you okay up here, Judge?
Sinuses.
You want,
I'll be all right.
I got some cough drops.
Not
They work good though.
Oh, yes, thank
Okay, good.
So, Mr. Trollman, did you ask anything further about the defendant's fire?
Yeah, we talked about the firearm, and he said that the guns were at his aunt's house.
Okay. So at that time, they were at his aunt's house?
Objection leading, he said, guns were at his auntie's house.
Sustained.
Thank you.
When did he say the guns were at his aunt's house?
Same time they were talking about the murder.
Okay. And did he mention any other guns that were used?
Objection leading.
You want to talk about
Sorry, I'll ask the question again. Did you talk about any other guns that were used?
There's only 2 guns they use.
And so other than the one you already mentioned, did you get any other information about that?
No, I didn't have.
Now, did he specify, again, how the person was murdered, say he was murdered? Like, can you just be more specific on what he said?
He got shot.
He got shot?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now, and just to confirm all this, so the defendant's gun jammed, that's what he said?
Yes.
Okay. So did he say how the person was shot other than that?
No, he didn't.
Now, did he give any information as to why?
It was over the drug and money.
And then did he say, I'm sorry, was there an objection?
Yeah, well, I couldn't hear what you said, it's over what, I'm sorry.
Drugs and money.
Okay, thank you.
And did he say anything more specific about that, how it was drugs and money?
No, he did not.
Did he say anything about where this happened?
Yes, he did, but I don't recall the, like, oh no, it happened at a store or a shop.
Right. And did he say whose shop it was?
Yeah, they got shot, so I know.
And
I'm sorry,
I'll
Jeff.
ask you a
Yeah.
question. Did the defendant say whose shop it was?
Was the guy that got shot?
Did he say shop?
Yes, it was.
Now, did he say what city this occurred in?
I don't recall that one.
And did he say why he went to that shop in the first place?
Well, the drugs and money that was in the shop.
Okay. And did he say he knew this
I'm gonna
person
object this to the
before?
lead and make sure the questions.
Rephrase this guy.
Did he say how he knew this person he shot?
They were associates.
Did he say anything more than that?
No.
And after, did he talk about what happened after the person was murdered?
Nah, man.
Did he say whether he found any drugs in the shop?
I should ask what he said.
Did he talk about anything that he found in the shop?
Yes, he found the drugs and money at the shop.
And did he say whether he did anything?
I don't recall that one.
Did he say how much in drugs that he
Might I object, Judge?
I'll withdraw.
Thank you. Maybe. So we pass 9/11 foundation. Thank you.
Now, when you got this information from the defendant, what did you do with that?
I kited Mr. Friday.
And who is Mr. Friday?
Deputy at the jail.
I'm sorry, but did he say you talked to Mr. Friday?
You said he kited.
Oh, kited.
Kited
Oh,
Mr. Friday.
okay, got it.
You did what?
Kited.
And can you just explain what kited is?
You know.
Just for the record, can you explain what?
Kite is like, you know, like, release, so when you talk to somebody or see somebody.
And did you, and then what happened with that? Did Mr. Friday, Deputy Friday ever respond?
Yes, he responded and we talked, some tail and he got the ball rolling.
And then did you talk to anybody else about what you had heard?
Yes, 2 people came up to escort up from this town,
Is it this town?
or the city, yes.
Okay, which city?
Detroit?
And do you remember the name of those people?
No, I don't, but one of them sitting right here.
Okay. And can you just point to that person?
Sitting right for me, great coat on with black tie.
Let the record reflect that the defendant pointed to Officer Blackwell.
So,
And do you remember the date when you talked to?
no, I can't.
Now, prior to being cellmates with the defendant, had you met him before?
Never.
Had you ever heard of Mr. Thompson before?
Never.
Now, prior to testifying, did you read any reports about this case, police reports?
No, I am not.
Had you talked to anybody other than the defendant, Officer Blackwell, and Deputy Friday about this case?
That was the only two I talked to.
Have you been offered anything to testify today?
No.
Have you been offered anything in testifying in other cases recently?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
There's some money laundering and some drug dealing going on.
And where is that?
Just hold on.
Okay. And so you testified in those cases?
Yes, I did.
How many times?
Once.
And what were you offered? Sorry, who offered you something to do?
Yes, my lawyer is talking to him.
Do you know who that was?
Oscar?
Okay. And is that Tuscola County prosecutor?
Yes, it is.
Now, I'm an assistant prosecutor in Wayne County. Did I offer you anything to testify?
No, you did not.
Oh. And did that prosecutor in Tuscola, did he offer you anything to testify in this case?
No.
And do you have any other reason? Let me just ask you, why are you testifying?
The family needs closure.
And is there anything else you want to say to that? Now, I'm just going to refer you to, you said you talked to Officer Blackwell at some, okay? Now, would it help to refresh your recollection as far as, well, let me withdraw. Now, I asked you about the other gun. Now, is it, let me ask you this. Is there anything that you might have told Officer Blackwell that you don't remember today?
Objection. I'm sorry, wait a minute. Did you say yes? Is there anything that you might have told Officer Blackwell that you don't remember today? Is that what that was the question?
Yes.
Okay, speculation, objection, foundation, objection, leading, objection. Thank you. All of them?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Now, you brought up, sorry, I asked you about the other gun.
Right.
Okay. Now, is that something that you remember positively today that the defendant didn't tell you about?
No.
Okay. Do you remember whether the defendant told you about the other gun?
Yes, he did.
He did tell you about the other gun?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Do you remember now what he told you about the other gun?
It's a 9mm.
Okay. So he did tell you that?
Yes, he did.
All right. So previously when you testified, you just need to clear the record. So previously when you testified that he didn't tell you about the other gun, is that your memory?
Right.
Okay. Now, as far as the money and drugs the defendant found?
Wait a minute, objection, assuming facts not in evidence.
My recollection is Mr. Trollman already testified that there was money and drugs inside the shop.
You said money and drugs found. You said he found money and drugs. There was no testimony that he found money and drugs. I sustain that.
Okay. Let me take you back to what the defendant did. Do you remember the defendant saying anything about what was found at the shop?
Yes, the reason why he went there was for the money and drugs that was in the shop.
And do you remember whether he told you whether he actually found
Your
those
Honor,
things?
objection.
Yes, he did.
What's the objection?
Leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
I'll ask the question again. So did the defendant say whether he actually found those things?
Yes, he did.
And then what did he say?
He took it.
Okay, what did he take?
What
did he take?
To his house.
No, sorry. What did the defendant say that he took from the shop?
Oh, the drugs and money he found. Yeah.
And then did the defendant tell you how much in money?
No, he did not.
Did the defendant tell you how much in drugs?
No, he did not.
Now, did the defendant say anything about about before they went into the shop? Did he talk about before they went into the shop?
Judge, may I object to the leading and
What's the answer that's suggested?
did they do something before? So what did the defendant say? Did the defendant say anything about how this all?
But it doesn't suggest the answer.
It does, it's taking them.
What answer does it suggest? I don't know.
Well, are you gonna sustain the objection or overrule my?
I'm trying to find a reason if I should sustain the objection, so that's why I'm asking.
I'm not gonna tell you what answer it might suggest, however, I think it's legal. Thank you.
So again, Mr. Trollman, so the defendant talked about what was going on before they actually got to the shop.
They had every intention on doing.
Is that a yes or no, Judge, a non-responsive? What did the defendant say?
He's answering.
No, he's saying, not in general, what did the defendant say? Are those the words that came from the defendant?
He's answering the question.
Okay.
Saying what they're talking about.
Okay, proceed.
Okay.
So carry on.
They had intentions on, killing Rick.
Intentions on going what, sir? What did you say? You speak in the microphone.
They had every intentions on, doing the man we got there.
And by doing the man, what do you?
Killing him.
And that's what he said?
Yes.
Did the defendant say anything about how he knew that person that was shot?
I'm gonna object this to the leading nature, Judge. Now, that's not leading. He's specific.
Leading sustained.
Thank you.
Why don't we try it this way? We're gonna keep getting these leading questions. Why don't you just ask the witness how you came in contact with him, what did he tell you, what did he say?
What if anything did the defendant say otherwise about his contact with the victim?
They did business in the sales time.
Did he say anything about that business?
The drug money? The drugs?
And what did he say about that?
That he was delivering and stuff like that.
Okay, and then who is delivering?
DJ.
Okay, so DJ said that he was delivering?
Yes.
Okay, and DJ being the defendant?
Yes.
And did the defendant say anything more about who he was delivering to?
No, he did not.
Okay. And did the defendant say anything else about his relationship with the victim?
That they knew each other.
And again, just to make sure, do you remember the defendant telling you what the victim's name was?
No.
Now, I'm just going to ask you, do you have any prior convictions that involve theft?
Yes.
Okay.
Within 10 years?
5.
Within, so 5 being within 10 years?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, may I lead just to make this go by?
Nobody's convictions. No objection.
Go ahead. All right. So just to confirm, 2000. July 6th, 2015, were you convicted of breaking and entering a building with intent, felony?
Yes.
And
what was the felony that you were intending in that case? Breaking and entering a building with intent to do what?
And then July 22nd, 2019, were you convicted of attempted retail fraud second degree?
Yes.
And July 14th, 2022, were you convicted of retail fraud second degree?
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross examine.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Trollman, would it be, I'm gonna ask you some questions. My name is Lillian Diallo. I'm the attorney for who you've identified as DJ. If I ask you a question and you give me an answer, I'm gonna assume you understood the question. Is that fair?
Yes.
If you need me to clarify the question, let me know before you answer. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's get this straight. You were, you're like an informant as such, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Paid or not paid?
Not paid.
All right, but you do get something out of your informing, is that not correct?
No.
Well, yeah, you did, because you informed in the case in, was it Tuscola? And where's Tuscola? What city is that?
Tuscola.
Yeah, what is it, Tuscola, Michigan? Where is that located next to?
It's in the phone.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so, and you had an opportunity to be in the same cell you're saying with DJ, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And DJ was up there on a whole, something totally different, correct? If you know.
I don't know that one.
Okay, and there was some paperwork that DJ had that you took off the table, remember that?
No, ma'am.
So, do they have cameras around these places?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, I'm asking for anything to be preserved. I do have certain things, but I don't know if I have everything. But from Tuscola, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so do you remember asking him any questions about why he was there?
I probably did.
Okay, and did you do that with an idea of trying to get out of some of the trouble that you might be in?
No, ma'am.
So let's go back to when you informed first, right? So when you informed, you had a pretty significant charge, did you not? The first time you said you were going to tell on somebody, right? Or at least the first that I know of. Is that right?
Can you say it again?
You had a big charge, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and this was a, did you do any prison time behind that charge?
Oh, ma'am.
Okay, so was it like a terrorism charge?
It's still being, today, it's still being processed.
Okay, what was the reduction? What did they give you in exchange for you snitching on somebody else?
They haven't talked about it yet.
Did you enter a plea? Did you enter a plea in this case?
The plea was withdrawn.
Why?
Because it's a fourth edition, not a third.
Okay, so you got a pretty steady track record with the criminal justice system, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you know how to try to get yourself out of some trouble, correct?
I didn't hear you.
You know how to get yourself out of some trouble, do you not?
No, ma'am.
You don't?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so let's be clear about this timeline. So you said DJ tells you that there was something that occurred, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Weren't you questioning him or asking him, hey, based on his parole, on the paperwork, what was going on?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And once DJ came and spoke to you, you immediately sent a kite out to somebody, right? Paperwork. Right?
Not the same day, but, you know,
But when?
maybe 2 days later.
Can I have the Okay, and what did you put on that paperwork?
Just need to talk to him
About?
about murder.
Okay, that's fair. And so when did you talk to that person about the homicide?
I don't know the dates.
Okay, how many days did you talk to that person?
I can't give you a number that I don't, recall.
More than one?
More than once.
Yeah, because weren't you going back and get more information and feeding more information to whomever, Tuscola, Wayne County, whoever, prosecuting authority about Mr. DJ, you said? All right, so at that point in time, you're an agent of the government, right?
No, ma'am.
But they're telling you what to ask, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, they're telling you get more information, right?
No, ma'am.
You're getting more information, right?
I did it on my own.
Yeah, I get that. Let me ask you something. Now, you know, you said you didn't talk to, read anything, that's okay. But you did talk to Mr. Fedora, did you not? The prosecutor. Did you talk to the prosecutor? Any prosecutor?
Let's get a time frame when we're talking about.
From the time this case, well, how about, did you talk to him in January of this year?
I can't give you a date.
Okay, did you speak about this particular case close to when you were testifying here today?
I do not remember the date, ma'am.
Okay, can I ask you something? Did you give any testimony under oath?
About what, Your Honor?
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry?
About what, Your Honor? Testimony under oath about what? About
Related to this case?
It would only have to be this
Question
case.
was-
It was clear.
I do not recall under oath.
Okay, how many times do you remember talking to anyone about this case? Any police officer or prosecutor or investigator?
One time.
Just once?
Besides today, one time.
Remember, there was a video. You remember talking to him then, right? Do you remember talking to the police and there was video going? Or no, you didn't know?
Oh, there's video out there, but you see, you asked me when I talked to,
Anybody about this case?
I talked to like every Friday, maybe 2 times.
How many times?
About 3.
You have that? I'm getting my discovery order out right now. Do some of this stuff. Do you know, and you don't know the first time you spoke with Friday, correct?
Right.
But after you spoke with Friday, the first time, it was because you said you had some information, right? About a murder or homicide, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you said, did you tell Officer Friday that DJ at that first time said, I murdered somebody for drugs, guns, and booze, or whatever? Did you tell that officer that? The first time that you talked to Officer Friday?
I do not recall.
Okay, what's the first information you got? From you, what's the first time you knew anything about this case? Did you answer my question?
Oh, I thought you said, was that?
When was the first time that you had information about this particular case that you're here to testify on today?
I do not remember the date.
Okay, was it cold or hot outside?
I mean, in the summer.
It would be in the summer.
No, I'm just, yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
I remember the dates now.
I didn't ask you for the date. I said, do you remember if it was cold or hot?
I do not remember that.
So if you don't remember something as big as the season, how do you remember the words?
I remember what he said. Yeah, dates,
Okay, so your testimony is that DJ said that there was something going on with drugs, right? Is that what he told you? That he was delivering drugs or picking up drugs? Which one?
Delivery.
Okay, so he's delivering drugs, right? Is that what the testimony is from you?
Yes.
And there's an altercation, right?
With
Any altercation. Is there an altercation?
yes.
Okay. And did DJ further tell you that he didn't shoot anybody, right? He did not shoot anybody. Is that fair to say?
He said his gun, misfired.
I understand what you're saying. Did he tell you he did not shoot anybody?
He said that the gun that he used misfired when he tried to shoot me.
Oh, he said that he tried to shoot him and it misfired.
Yes.
Oh. When did he tell you that?
Early on.
When is that? Tell me what early on is. Early on in what? In your process?
You're asking me a question that, dates I don't remember.
You have a good memory or a bad memory?
That's okay, memory.
So you said an okay memory, right?
Yes.
How many black people were up there at the time? Where you were?
2.
Just 2 out of all, the whole prison, right? 2, right?
2 in the Discovery County Jail?
Yeah.
Only 2.
Oh, how would you know that?
I talked to both of them.
Why? Were you trying to get information on those people, on the 2 black people so that you could help yourself?
No, ma'am.
Why would you talk to them?
I'm very respectful to DJ and the other guy.
Okay, so what are you locked up on right now?
Terrorist threat.
I'm sorry, what?
A terrorist threat.
Okay, and you had entered a plea. What was the plea? What did they offer you?
You're not gonna object, this was already asked and answered, we already discussed what his plea agreement was, and what he pled to.
I don't
know. This whole charge of terrorist threat doesn't fall.
I know, no, it doesn't, Judge, you're absolutely right, but it does have to go to bias, motive, any of those things right there, right? So I just need to know what the deal was.
Well, in either way, Your Honor, it was already asked. Mr. Trollman already testified to it.
Okay, I don't know what he said.
You asked, I don't think she asked. She has the right to ask.
Can I please?
Counsel asked in the beginning for cross-examination.
I'm old, I don't remember that, Judge. Thank you. What were you facing?
7 to 20 years in prison.
7 to 20 years on, and that was after you snitched or before you snitched?
It was after.
Okay, what was your exposure before you snitched?
It was still 7 to 20.
Okay. But you're habitual fourth, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so can we agree that the penalty would have been life? Could have been life for you, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you're well aware of that, right?
Yes.
And you're gonna do what it takes to help yourself, right?
No, ma'am, I tried to tell you that, we're go, make family have closure.
And who told you to say that?
Are we?
Who told you to say that?
I said it to myself.
Okay, so so you care about victims and victims' families, right?
Right.
What about all those people you terrorize? You care about them?
I guess I'm gonna object to that. Your Honor is getting into facts that aren't relevant to this case.
Or argumentative.
Is it? Oh, yes, okay. All right. And so that we're clear, when you spoke to the officer, would it be this wonderful officer right here? I just met. Officer Blackwell, you spoke with him, correct?
Yes.
And you told him everything you knew then, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. But that was already after you had dealt with crime, correct?
Yes.
How many times did you get information from who you call DJ and take it back to Friday or anybody else?
I'm gonna object that it's been asked already.
Or anybody else? How many times did you talk to Friday or anybody else and take back information? And that would be after I dealt with it, right?
It's asked and answered, Your Honor. Counsel asked, said 2 or 3 times.
No,
Mr. Friday said once.
I don't give him the answer, Judge. No, okay, let me be clear.
That's what was testified to.
But can I narrow it down? Okay, I just identified Officer Blackwell, right?
Yes, it did.
How many times did you take information back to Officer Blackwell? How many times did you talk to anybody from Detroit?
1 time.
Just once, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's one, and so the other 2 or 3 times was just on Friday?
Yes, that's Friday.
Have you talked to the prosecutor over in Tuscola County about this?
I don't think so.
What you talked to them about? Anything? To try to help yourself?
No.
He said he didn't talk.
Okay, you said he didn't think so. Okay, just 1 second. And so you do know you have been convicted of crimes involving theft and or dishonesty, correct? Okay, and so you lied before to help yourself, right?
How do you say I lied?
Breaking and entering with intent. You're being dishonest, right?
Oh,
Your
yes.
Honor, that's not lying.
Yeah, I have to sustain.
Okay, you're being dishonest to help yourself. How about that?
You can decide to help yourself.
Because if you're breaking in and trying to take something, it's to help you. It ain't to help somebody else, is it?
But you're kind of jading that question where it can be interpreted in a different way.
Let me start. Okay, so for that breaking and entering charge right there, you broke into a building, right?
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. The fact of the conviction is admissible. Facts involving that conviction, those are not.
I don't know how to stop it. It's not true.
Under 609, the fact of the conviction is admissible. The facts involving.
I don't need to get into the specific facts of what took place, what happened.
Okay, but at least 3 times, okay, but at least 3 times you have had theft and or dishonesty issues, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just 1 second, okay? I'll be right back. Oh. Okay, you and Mr. DJ really didn't get along, did you?
That's not true.
Did you call him a nigga?
No, never. Never.
Okay. Anything else? But you don't know who this person was, anybody, right?
I fed him.
I asked you.
No, go ahead.
Did you know who he was before he just started talking to you?
No.
Okay, just 1 second. Just one, Judge, it's kind of hard trying to do this. This one. Well, if you have. Yeah, I don't know either. That's it? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm requesting whatever paperwork that would have been dispositive to get him to this point in time. Is that okay if I put it on the discovery order? And then in all videos of the area, the common area, I would believe, hold on. Is that the common? Just one second. The table. Oh, okay, so yeah, so we need the camera, the pod camera. And do you know how long you were locked up with Mr. DJ?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna try to give you a time frame. Was it more than a week?
One more week.
More than 4 months?
Less than 4 months.
About maybe what? Best that you could give.
I'm not even give you a date, a number.
It doesn't have to be a date. Was it maybe 4 weeks? Or less than 4 weeks?
I'm not even sure.
When did you get locked up?
Me?
Yes.
September 6th.
Of what year?
22.
22. And how long did you stay in that pod?
I'm still in there.
Okay. But at some point in time, DJ is gone.
Yes.
All right. I don't have any other questions, Judge. I am putting that on my discovery order in green.
Before I do that, Your Honor, just for the record, I inquired about the kite, and the deputy indicated that the kite was thrown out. So,
We still have a discovery order. We have investigators for just such an occasion. Thank you.
That's great for you. Go ahead. So, Mr. Trollman, so again, when were you first brought into the Viola County Jail?
September 6th.
Oh, and when was it again that the defendant said this murder happened?
In October.
Said October?
Oh, no, November.
November? Oh, and so would you say it was, so sometime after September 6th that you told, right?
Yes.
Okay. You don't remember exactly what date?
No, I don't.
Okay. Would it have been after November?
Objection leaving, Judge.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Just given the date that the defendant told you that the murder happened, did that sound like it would have been accurate that it would have happened on that date?
Yes.
What date?
And then why is that?
Excuse me, Judge. What date?
I'm not allowed to leave.
Hold on, right, but I'm understanding. I'm respectful to the court. I don't know what he's talking about, what date we're talking about in question. He could put the date on the record. I believe Mr. Trollman said no fewer than 3 times he did not know what the date was that this occurred, right? When he talked to Mr. DJ, I'm just doing this to get me a discovery order, at least from September 6th, 2022, any and all count, and kites, and paperwork, and your whole file. Thank you.
Can I re-ask the question?
Please.
So given that, given the November date the defense said it happened, does that help you recall when he told you this?
I'm pretty sure he said it happened before Thanksgiving.
But as far as when he gave the information to you, does that help you remember when he gave it?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Would it have been?
Objection, leading. You was get ready to say it. I heard it.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Mr. Trollman, is there anything, have you had issues remembering the facts?
Yes, it is.
Do you know the reason why?
Oh, judge objection is the why.
It was,
That's okay. Let's go ahead. Yeah.
Do you know the reasons why?
It was a head injury,
And about how long ago was that?
2019.
And do you believe that's the reason why there's some facts you can't remember?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
All right, sir. Let's see if I can get some context of what's going on there. So you came in September of 2022, is that right?
Yes.
The defendant that you refer to as DJ, that you've identified here in court, he came in after you, is that right?
Yes.
All right, and he became your cellmate?
He was in our pod.
He was in your pod, okay. So tell me, how does this happen where he's just spilling all this information to you? How did that occur?
He had a visit.
So you answer the microphone.
He had a visit and he came back pretty upset and mad. And he spent some time on his bunk and then he came and talked to me.
So when he comes and talks to you, he just starts spilling this information to you?
Yes, he did.
Tell me how and what he said.
He used the N-word and saying that you guys don't have no DNA, on him.
Okay, so he just comes up to you, he says, they don't have anything on me. These ends don't have anything on me because they don't have any DNA.
Yes, that's what he said.
All right. And did you say anything to him when you said that?
I asked him about the fingerprints and stuff, or even.
Did you even know what he was talking about?
Oh, yes.
How did you know what he was talking about?
He went into detail of what he was, we were discussing about.
He went into detail. Tell me about the detail.
About, the hat he had on, the gloves he had on.
So, let me see if I can paint this picture. He comes back from a visit and he's mad and upset. He just walks up to you. He says, I had on hat and gloves and I committed a murder.
No, he said that about DNA, you guys said, you guys said.
Okay, they don't have anything on me because I had on hat and gloves.
Right.
And you automatically knew what he was talking about?
Oh, yes.
How?
Because the way he was talking about it, it made perfect clear what he was talking about.
Well, so if I came up to you and I said, they don't have nothing on me, I had on hat and gloves, you have the foggiest idea what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what he's talking about.
Pretty sure you know what I'm talking about. Because I said, they don't have any DNA, because I had on hat and gloves.
Yes, and then I said about, did he have on driving gloves? He said, no, he had on driving gloves.
Said he had on driving gloves.
Yes, he did.
All right, and then what did you say?
He said he had a coat on and a hat on.
Okay, what did you say?
I asked him about the hat, and like winter hat, and he said, no, it was one of the hats that,
were you guys friends?
I did a lot of cookups, and I fed him, and we socialized and stuff.
So I'm trying to understand why he would just out of the blue pick you to tell all this information to you.
But check the video, as she's gonna do, he and I hung out quite a bit.
Okay, so you were friends.
Associates,
You were associates. You don't want to call it friend, you were associates. So he's telling you, so
no,
he's telling you all this information. Are you telling him information about your case?
No, I didn't know, he didn't know about my case.
All right, so he's just telling you, he's spilling his guts to you about everything.
He was mad and upset when he came back yesterday.
Did you ask him why he was mad and upset?
That the person that he visited said that you guys had evidence of the DNA, at the scene.
Oh, and he said they don't have any evidence. I mean, I have on hat gloves.
That's what he said.
All right. What else did he say?
He's talking about the shooting, how his gun, how the 45 jammed, and how his partner.
Now, why is he telling you this?
He and I got, like I said, we did a lot of cookups, and
what's the cookup?
Like nachos or burritos or.
Also, you prepare food together.
He did not have nothing to eat. He never had nothing to put on a, for cookup. So I said,
Started providing food.
Yeah.
Okay, so he tells you about the shooting. He said this gun jam. Why is he telling you about his gun jam? That his way of saying I didn't do the shooting. It was another person who did it.
That's what he said.
I didn't shoot. My gun jam. They don't have any evidence on me because I had on hat, gloves, and coat.
That's what he said.
Anything else?
I told him everything that I know.
Okay, so after he gave you that information, then you send this kite out, right?
Yes, I did.
And the kite is a message?
Yes, it is.
All right. And you were contacted by who?
Deputy Friday.
Deputy Friday. You told Deputy Friday that you have some information on the murder?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Deputy Friday?
Exactly what TJ and I talked about.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what did you tell Deputy Friday? Because at this point, all you know is that they don't have any DNA on this gun jam. You can't tell him where this murder took place, who the murder was done to, or any of those things. Yeah, right?
He told me he shot the guy at a store or at a shop.
I thought his gun jam.
His gun jam.
So how did he shoot?
His partner did.
He said his partner shot.
Yes, it did.
In a store?
Store or a shop, or whatever you want to call it.
A store or a shop?
A store or a shop.
Shop. Okay. And so you tell Deputy Friday this, and then what is Deputy Friday? Does he give you an instruction or tell you anything to do?
No, he got hold of people in Wayne County.
Did you speak with anybody from Wayne County subsequent to that?
But before this?
After Deputy Friday contacts Wayne County, does Wayne County contact you?
Yes, they came out and talked to me.
All right. And what did you tell Wayne County?
Exactly what I heard and what I talked about.
Did you get any instruction from who to go back and talk to?
Never.
You went back and did that on your own?
Excuse me?
Did you go back and talk to the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Gave him more information?
Yes, he did.
What information did he get?
Where the guns were at and how you guys were.
So how did you strike this conversation up? How do you go and say to the defendant, how did this conversation begin?
He said how Detroit raided his mother's house looking for the weapons.
Okay, so he just volunteered that information out of nowhere?
Yes, he did.
He just said, Detroit raided my house, and they couldn't find the guns because the guns are where?
At the Damon's house. At the Damon's house. And he talked about how Detroit pulled out the inflation in the attic and stuff, looking for guns.
Did you relate that information to Deputy Friday or Wayne County?
I think Deputy Friday.
Deputy Friday. Did you tell them any other information that he gave?
Whatever I knew, I told, I don't know what I said here is what I told him, I told Deputy Friday.
All right. He told you that the person that had got shot was killed?
Yes.
And this was in November?
November.
In a store or shop?
Yes.
Anything else you told him?
I don't, I'm pretty good at what I said.
Any questions based on that?
What was the last
He
question?
said I'm pretty good on what I said.
You got something?
No questions.
Manager?
Yes.
And you're positive that this homicide happened in November of 22 or 21? 22, right? It's 2022. What year? Do you remember?
21. I believe,
Okay. November, though, right?
yes.
No. And you're clear on that, right? You're clear. I'm gonna sit stand over here so I can see this. So you're clear on the date of November, correct? Whatever year, correct?
That's exactly what DJ told me in November.
Okay. Just one second. I think I'm done. Okay, I guess I don't know if I should ask the judge. Did you say it happened and he talked to you in about whenever? He talked to you close to November, December? When did he talk to you? If you remember?
Can you go over to me? I can't hear you.
Well, couldn't you hear me before?
Well, no, I mean,
Okay. Was there a time frame that you gave or no? Just to give you a time frame, if you did, I didn't.
The time frame said this was in September
Oh,
2022.
okay, all right, I'm gonna sit down, thank you.
Am I wrong about that?
We were, what Mr. Trollman testified to was that he came into custody on September 6th, 2022.
Correct.
But he didn't recall when the actual conversation was.
But the defendant came in after in September, the total of this information about a shooting that happened in November. That's what I got.
Okay.
All right, any other questions?
You know, I just wanted to make sure something, because I didn't quite hear Ms. Diallo. But what year is it?
23.
Okay, all right. And so the defendant told you this happened in November. Did he say what year it happened?
I believe it's 21.
Okay. Now you say I believe, or do you remember?
No, you know, these I don't remember too much.
Okay. That's fine.
All right, thank you, sir. You can step.
People would call Denise Williams.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat with your response next to me. Voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that is to your left.
Okay.
Ready, again, you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Williams. Could you please state your full name, spelling first and last?
Denise Williams, BENISEWILLIAMS.
Thank you. Now, I'm gonna ask you, did you know, and forgive me if I say it wrong, but Kanovich, Kayshawn, Germany?
Kanovich, Germany, yes.
Kanovich, okay, thank you. And do you know him?
Yes, I know.
Oh, and how did you know?
I was his girlfriend.
And when did you first meet?
July last year.
And then how long had you been dating?
About 2 months.
And that is that 2 months before he passed away?
Yeah. Up until the deceased.
All right. Now, did he go by any other names?
Tim.
Okay. What did you call him?
Babe.
Anything else or?
Novi.
Novi?
Novi.
Novi?
Novi.
Now, and I'll just refer to him as Mr. Germany, if that's okay. Now, let me ask you, do you know a Isaac Thompson?
No.
And do you know a Tyler Trollman?
No.
And now I'm going to take you back to October 31st of 2022. Now, on that day, were you dating Mr. Germany?
Yes.
Now, what was the living arrangement?
Well, at the time, he had just moved in, he only like 2 weeks. But before then, he was staying at the location shop.
And can you tell us more about the shop? What was that?
Well, he was turning it into like a barber shop and a dispensary, but at the time, he was just getting it together, so yeah.
Had you been to the shop before?
Every day.
All right. And where is that shop located?
On Warren. I don't know, it's on side street, I can't remember.
Okay. Do you know the city that it's targeted? Now, on that particular day, then just I'm going to kind of go through the day. So that morning, where were you?
Yeah.
And then first thing that morning that you remember, what were you doing?
May I check Mr. Relevance here?
That's the whole. Okay. So the first thing that morning, what you remember?
Just waking up and me person or both of us.
That's fine. So you woke up and then who were you with? And then where were you?
We were at my house.
And then was there anything in particular that happened after that? You woke up?
Well, he woke me up because I told me to take him to the shop because his phone kept ringing. And he had to get to the shop.
Okay. And why would you have to take him?
He doesn't have a car.
And was that common that you would give rides?
Yeah.
And you recall approximately what time it is he's getting the call?
It was 9 something in the morning. Not precise, but it was definitely 9 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then what did you say when he asked you to give him a ride?
I told him okay. He said he was going to the shower.
What did he do then?
He went outside and took a shower. I went back to sleep.
Okay. And then did you wake up again?
He woke me up when he came back upstairs, so he was ready.
Okay. And then what did you do?
I dropped him off at the shop. I usually would stay with him, but like I said, it's Halloween weekend, so we were drinking the day before, so I went back home.
All right. And approximately how far is it from your home to the shop?
About 8 blocks.
And about how long it take to get there?
Probably less than going 2 lights.
And about what time would it have been then when you dropped him off?
I would say between 9:50 and 10, something like 10:05. We usually open up at 10, so in between the 9:50 sure.
And then what did you do when you dropped him off? Did you go with them or?
No, I just gave him a kiss and told him I'd come back for lunchtime.
Did you ever get out of your car?
No.
And did you see where Mr. Germany went?
Yes.
Where did he go?
He went in the shop. He opened the shop, put the bug in the front door and just went in.
Okay. And so did you see him completely go in?
Yeah, I only pulled to the corner. I didn't never put my car in full park. I just sat there on my break.
All right. And then you said you drove home,
Yes.
and then what did you do?
Go back to sleep.
And then about how long did you sleep?
Until around like 2 o'clock, I want to say, like 2 something.
And then what did you do when you woke up?
Well, I got on Instagram, and then, I checked on them, but I didn't get a response.
And then why would Instagram be, how you check them?
Well, because his phone number wasn't on, so he was really only going off the Wi-Fi, and his text now didn't always work, so I just sent a real quick Instagram to put his way to communicate with each other.
Oh, and sorry, did you get a response then?
No,
What did you,
I FaceTimed him.
and then what happened?
Nothing, so I FaceTimed him again, and then I had, my phone just went down there, because he wasn't.
Now you said you woke up at 2, approximately when did you leave?
Like maybe 3, like maybe 3-ish.
Now, is that something that, you remember that for sure it was 3-ish?
I don't remember for sure, but time frame, so like 3-ish something.
Okay. Was there anything else you did in between the time you woke up after the store?
No.
Now, about what time was it when you got to the store?
I don't remember fully, but I just know it was after.
Okay, sometime after. Now, when you got to the store, what happened?
When I first got to the store, I used to park inside the building. When
Did you
I
see
was,
anything when you got to the store?
yeah, when I was pulling, it's like a light right in front of the store. So when I was pulling, I got stopped by the red light. So I seen somebody about to walk up to knock on the door. So I just hurried up, I pulled around, grabbed my thing, but by the time I got to the door, the person was walking off. And that's about it. So, but I seen that it was like, the door was open, he had this little, there's a little piece, there's like a little metal piece that locked the door, but you could see it, like, I knew what it was, so like, but you didn't see the piece, so I'm like, this door was open, so I just put it.
Now that person you saw, did you recognize that person?
No, it was in hard to recognize them. They kind of had like a little hood on, and it was raining too.
Were you able to tell from where you were? And sorry, where were you when you saw the person?
I was in the car when I first saw the person, and when I got to the door, he already walked a little bit ahead of me, so.
And approximately how far away were you from the person?
I want to say like, it's like buildings right there, so I want to say like 2-3 buildings.
Okay.
They were on the
less,
phone.
more or less than 20 feet?
Probably less. He wasn't
Less
that
than 20
far.
feet away?
Yeah, he wasn't that far.
Okay. Now, were you able to determine whether it was a man or a woman?
You could tell it was a man.
And do you remember what he was wearing?
Yeah, he had on a black hoodie and some black basketball shorts.
Okay. Was it someone you were familiar with that you'd seen before?
Nah, it was like one of his customers to me.
Okay. And have you seen that person since?
No, I can't say I have.
Okay. Do you see that person in the courtroom?
No.
Okay. Now, you described something in the door. Okay. So I'm just going to ask you some questions about since we're approach the witness, Your Honor. So I'm showing you what's been marked as people's proposed. Number 4, recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is it?
This thing you used like it, right?
Okay. Now, tell us more about how that helped you how you knew how to get into the store.
Because it's straight up. That means it's unlocked. When it's sideways, you'll be able to see the door, that means it's locked.
Okay. So was the door closed at the time when you went in?
Yeah.
Okay. But it was unlocked?
Yes.
And you were familiar with that shop, correct?
Yes,
Was it possible to actually lock the door?
from outside, no. I mean, yes, but only the main door, not this door.
That door you couldn't lock?
Just with that little piece.
Okay, and you knew how to get in with that piece?
You can't get in with the piece.
Okay,
You can only lock it when you're in the inside.
okay, so but it was unlocked so you could get.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And this is a true and accurate representation of the door?
yes.
Okay. People would offer into evidence that the marks that is proposed for.
Any objection?
No.
Admitted.
Okay, so now you get into the shop, what did you see?
It was kind of dark. So I know I yelled his name. I didn't really see much. So I went to the back of the hall. When I first came in, I didn't see him sitting in his chair, so I went to the back. He was in the bathroom. I yelled, didn't see him. So I just sat down and was about to call him. It was usually on time.
And now when you sat down, where was it?
So there's a couple of chairs there. It was a chair in front of one of the booths.
So were you in the front, back?
Oh,
or in the
right. It's in the front. It's in the front.
The front of the building, so was that near where you came in?
Yes.
Okay. And would it have been like when you're entering the shop, would that be to the right of it or to the left?
To the right.
To the right? Okay. All right. And all right, and so you sat down, and then what did you do when you sat down?
I was about to call him and ask him where he was at, but then I tried to call.
Okay. And then what happened when you dropped the phone?
I seen some like pinkish looking fluid. So my thing, I'm thinking about a pop or something knocked over. So I thought I would just clean it up. And then the more I looked at the fluid, I started seeing blood, which eventually I seen him laid up against the wall.
And you didn't see him initially?
I did not. It was like trash bags, like really big trash bags around. So I didn't. I just went right past him.
Okay. And so was he behind the trash bag?
Yes.
Now, were you able to determine at that point, well, did you say anything to Mr. Bernie?
No. I kind of just cried and just ran my phone.
And stupid question, but why did you cry?
Because he didn't have any color in his face and it was all kind of his head.
Okay. What did that tell you? And I'm just going to show you some photographs here. Let me approach your arm.
Let me see what you
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's proposed 3. So I'll show you that first. What is that? Okay. And is that true and accurate representation of the store look like that day? And I'm going to show you 5, proposed 5. Take a look at that. And what is that?
We enter the shop.
Okay. And so that's a view from
the door.
Okay. And is that true and accurate representation of what the inside of the shop looks like?
Yes.
All right. And then if you could just, and I'll show you people's proposed 6. And if you just take a look at that, what does that show you?
No.
And that's how you found him. And then people's proposed 6, or I just showed you that's a true and accurate representation of what you look like.
Yes.
People would offer into evidence 3, 5, and 6.
Any objection?
Without objection for exam purposes.
Admitted.
And permission to publish. And then after you found Mr. Germany, what did you do?
I ran to, I think I might have called 911 in this already. I think I was on the phone with them as well. But I want to say I called them first, but I did it all in the same breath.
Okay, called who?
911. And then I ran to the store, it was a clerk, I can't really remember his name anymore, but he was familiar with him. Mr. Jeremy. So I asked him, I was just like, I need help. And he was like, you know, you can understand what I was saying, for real. I'm like, it's 10, just come with me. He said, he was like, what? I'm like, come with me. And he came with me. And then he called 911 as well. I was still on the phone with him.
And then you said, sorry, and then you said you had him come with you, where did you go?
We went back to the shop. And he was like, what are you talking about? And he only stood at the door and I was like, right there. And he pointed at me, like, get out here. So I'm just waiting for police.
All right. And then, did you leave the shop after that?
No.
And then how long did you stay at the shop?
And he said, police said, he was there once.
Okay. So when the police arrived, did you talk to them about what happened?
No, a little bit. Like I was a little, I don't know. I talked to them, but at first I wasn't really trying to talk. But when we got outside, I did explain what I was trying to do.
Now, just I'm gonna ask you about your familiarity with the shop. Was there anything that you knew of that Mr. Germany kept in the shop?
Far as
Anything, what did he keep in the shop?
well, he was in the shop, so he kept basically everything important with him, like his clothes, his diploma. He had 2 guns.
Where did he keep the guns?
One of them he kept on him, and the other one he had just bought it. We used to put it up beside the little ATM machine too at the time.
Okay. And what else other than living in the shop? Did you do anything else in the shop?
We have game nights every year. He just sold weed out of there.
You said you sold weed. He sold weed out of the shop?
Yeah.
Now, with respect to that, selling weed out of the shop, was there anything you knew of that he kept there?
No, just the weed, edibles, and the things he kept close to him. That was it.
It's hard. So did he sell weed for money?
Sorry.
Wait, let me withdraw that. So, with the weed, he sold the weed?
Yes.
Oh, so what did he sell in exchange? Sorry, I didn't object.
Objection, foundation.
What do you mean foundation?
What?
What do you mean?
Did you do something for something? How does she know? Oh,
You'll have an opportunity to process it.
I'm gonna sit down.
So then you're talking about, that he sold weed out of the shop. So what did he sell it for? You know?
Money.
And, did you ever see money in the shop?
Yes.
Was it common that you saw money in the shop?
I mean, not just sitting around. He would have it put up, like money that he'll make, he'll put it up, but it'll be in his book bag or something. He didn't just leave it sitting around, if that's what you're asking.
Were you aware of how much you keep around?
Nah. He won't let me know that.
Now, were you around him often when he got calls from customers?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as, do you remember when he typically got most of his calls?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Well, I mean, the testimony was that somebody called him to go to the shop to sell weed. So it's relevant to why he was there, who called him, which our theory is that's the murder.
I'll take it.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
So again, to your knowledge, like how many times? Sorry, I gotta remember what my question was. When was it most common that you would get the most calls?
Commonly, people usually just walk up and knock on the door. But If they did call, it would be like before or after hours because he started to shop, so that's why they would call.
What were his hours, if you know?
Be 10 to 10. Besides on the weekend, it'll be like 10 to 11.
And then which days were, I guess, busiest as far as people coming?
The weekends, like Thursday through Sunday.
Now, do you recall which day? So, sorry, let me go back. So we're talking about October 31st, correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember what day that was?
On Monday.
Now, so was that commonly a busy day for him?
No.
Now, do you have a gun?
So what y'all said?
No, you don't have a gun?
No.
Now, on that particular day, did you own a gun?
No.
And were you carrying a gun?
No.
Did you have a gun in your vehicle when you drove Mr. Germany into a shop?
No.
Were there any problems that you're having in your relationship?
No.
That's all I have.
Just a couple of questions, Ms. Williams, if I can. Right, and you're Ms. Denise Williams, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Ms. Williams if that's okay, right?
That's fine.
Thank you. And so there was a series of questions the prosecutor just asked you. Did the police treat you as a suspect?
No.
Did the police ask you, did you shoot this young man?
Yes.
And that was the same day of this occurrence, correct?
Yes.
And the police asked you about a weapon and all of that, right?
Yes.
And, okay, that's fine. One second. And if I can understand, what you said, that this place, there would be walk-in business as well as other business, correct? When you say walk-in or walk-up business. Like if I want to edit, I can walk in here and get one, right?
You can't just walk in, you have to.
Oh, but not, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but nothing stopped that kind of business from happening, correct?
No.
All right. And I'm sorry, did you say when you left? When you left, was the door propped open or no? When you dropped him off, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so you watched him go in?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and you pulled away, correct?
Yes.
All right. Just want to try that. And that's it as far as your involvement, correct?
Yes.
All right, just one second. No further questions for you, Ms. Williams. I'm sorry for your loss.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step. Any other witnesses want to have to please?
Your Honor, people call Ryan Matthews.
Ryan Matthews.
He was the evidence factor.
Oh. I didn't know about you. Should I ask you? Sorry, prosecutor, what report number is it? Yeah.
It's all on this.
Yeah. I know the more is. Okay. Right. Excuse me, can I see that? What's in your hand? What is that? Is that's your report, right? Could you pull it up?
So your name is spelled into the court report?
RYANMATHEW.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. Maybe, yeah, we're ready.
Thank you. Could you please state your full name, spelling first and last, Matthews?
My name is Ryan Matthews, spelled RYANMATHEWS.
And how are you employed?
As a forensic technician for the Detroit Police Department.
Now, do you recall being on duty in that capacity on October 31st, 2022?
Yes.
And then were you involved in a murder investigation that day?
Yes, I was.
Where was that?
At 19403 West Warren Avenue.
And what city, state, and county was that?
In Detroit and Wayne County, Michigan.
All right. And then what was your role in that investigation?
I was the lead forensic technician. I was in charge of writing the report, and my partner took the notes.
And then, did you then respond to that particular location you just cited?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When you got there, what did you see?
1943 West Warren is a two-story brick dwelling. Two-story brick business. On the front of it, there's a sign that says tobacco and grocery. Going in through the front door, there are 3 barber shop stations to your right on the right wall. And there's 6 trash bags on the floor between the front door and the northwest corner, that's the right wall.
Thank you. Your Honor, can I have people 3, 4, 5, 6?
Okay, I'll get that.
Thank you. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what has been marked as people's 3, 4, and 5. So I'll show you those. What are those? Tell me what they are.
Those are pictures of the front entrance of the store.
All right. And are those true and accurate as far as what you saw on October 31st?
Yes, they are.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as people's 6. And can you just describe what that is?
That is in the northwest corner of the building, which would be to the right if you just entered into the front door. There's the decedent lying on the ground in the northwest corner and a pile of 6 trash bags that he in the front.
Okay. And is that what's shown in people's 6?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with respect to what you observed around the decedent, can you describe what you found?
Yes, there was 1 fired cartridge casing amongst the trash bags on the floor. And then there's the decedent lying on the floor in the corner there.
And let's just stick to that 1 casing. Now, were you able to determine what type of casing that was?
Yes, it was a 9mm GFL shell casing.
All right. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as people 7. People proposed 7. Can you take a look at that?
Mr. Fedora, can I see those before you hand them in?
We already showed you.
No, you did not. So I've seen so far.
So then again, Mr. Master, I'm showing you people proposed 7. Take a look at that. And what is that?
That's a picture of the shell casing after it's been marked by a photo placard number.
All right. Now, did you find anything else of note around the body?
Yes. The building's on the southwest corner of the intersection. The west wall is the one that's by the decedent's back. by the west wall, there was another fired shell casing and a fired bullet.
Okay, now the casing, you are you able to tell us what kind of
Well,
casing?
Judge, I'm objecting is to this particular witness classifying firearms and tool marks.
I can develop more foundation.
Thank you.
So, now just as far as firearms in general, do you have training and experience related to identifying cases?
Yes.
And what's that?
I took the online Association of Firearms and Tool Marks Examiner training module. I've read 2 textbooks on shooting scene reconstruction and more generally, just working on the job.
And how long have you been in evidence that?
3 years and 7 months.
Is that all with the police department?
Yes.
Do you have any other experiences related to firearm training?
When I was going to university for my degree in forensic science, one of my classes was firearms examination, where I was trained how to examine cartridge casings and fired bullets under a comparison microscope.
As far as casing, what are you looking for when determining what type of casing?
I'm just reading the head stamp on the back of it that says in English 9mm.
Okay. And so the casing we talked about before, what was it on that casing that you saw that made you determine what type of casing?
It said 9mm.
Objection. Here's a best evidence proof.
So you want to bring in the.
Yes.
So it's not trying to determine or interpret document or record.
But when you said it in English, that's what cues me in, that it was about to be something special. So Judge, that's just my objection. Thank you.
And so the casing that you did see next to the wall, can you tell us what kind of casing that was?
It was
Can I
also,
object to that, Judge? Unless this is something that's just written on it. I'm objecting. He took all those classes and modules and all that, but I don't think he's ever been qualified as a firearm or tool bar person in any court of law. And I could be wrong. Can I ask him a couple questions?
Are you attempting to give this witness to testify as an expert in so field?
I can approach it a different way, Your Honor. Did you get a chance to look up close to that casing you saw against the wall?
yes,
Okay. And was there anything written on that casing?
yes.
And what was written?
9mm Luger GM.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as legal proposed 8. Take a look at that. What is that?
That's a picture of the shell casing marked with a temporary photo placard number 7.
And that is, and specific to your investigation, what was that?
The placard with the shell casing.
That's the case.
It was a 9mm GM.
Okay. Was it the one you found against the wall?
Yes, that was the one that.
Okay. And that's a true and accurate representation of what it looks like.
Yes.
Now, what else did you find?
On the decedent, there were a variety of items, and underneath the decedent, there was one more fired bullet.
Okay. And did you find any other fired bullets?
No, we only found 2 fired bullets.
You found 2. Where was the other fired bullet?
Oh, the other fired bullet was by the west wall next to the shell casing number 7.
Now, I'm showing you what's been marked as pupils 9 and 10. You take a look at those. And what are people's proposed 9 and 10?
Number 9 is a picture of a pool of blood showing a fired bullet in there. And then number 10 is a picture of a fired bullet by the west wall. Photo placard number 8.
And are those fired bullets that you just testified you found?
Yes.
And are 9 and 10 true and accurate representations of themselves?
Yes.
People would offer into evidence, people propose 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Oh, I saw them. Once I see them, I'm good.
Any objection?
No, Judge, none, for exam purposes.
And permission to publish?
Please.
And what did you do with those casings and fired bullets?
I collected them and put them in separate envelopes.
When you collect them, what do you do?
have a pair of gloves on. I pick them up. I read the shell casings to find out what caliber they are. Then I put them in a small envelope and I write what they are on the envelope. And then I put that small envelope in a larger evidence envelope and seal it and turn it in.
Why do you use those boxes?
So as to not get any of my DNA onto the evidence and to not get any blood onto me.
And while you're dealing with those items, was anything that DNA get on? Mr. Matthews, was there any contamination of the items while you were dealing with them?
I don't believe there was.
Did you observe any?
No.
Now, did you do anything to have those items tested?
I did not personally, I just turned in the evidence.
And where did you turn it in?
To the Detroit Public Safety Headquarters Property Control Room.
Put in an evidence locker?
Yes, in an evidence locker.
Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
Yes, and so let's be clear. You have a report, and I don't know how many pages it is, that you were testifying from, I suppose. But is it true that you found suspected marijuana around or on the person that was deceased?
Yes.
Okay. And you also found a 9mm extended magazine containing an unknown number of live rounds, correct?
Correct.
And that was placed in evidence, correct?
Yes.
There was a .45 caliber magazine containing an unknown number of rounds, correct? Number of live rounds, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sorry. And there were also 3 bags of suspected marijuana taken from the area, the machine, the area where the gentleman was, correct?
The 3 bags were from inside an ATM machine, which was on the other side of the room.
Okay. And so when you get to this location, what time did you get there?
I arrived at 5:25 p.m.
Okay, so you don't know how long that scene was held, do you?
No, I do not.
You don't know who walked through that scene or had been there before you, correct?
No, I do not.
All right. You don't know how long those casings had been present, do you?
I do not know.
Did you recover money from the complainant's pockets as well?
Yes.
One second. Just 1 second. And there were several other things that you swabbed as well, like tequila bottles and all of that, correct?
Yes.
All right, now, do you know about touch DNA?
Yes.
So that we're clear on what touch DNA is. We share skin cells all the time, do we not?
Most people do, yes.
Well, what person do you know that doesn't?
There are some
I'm gonna
people.
check, because these questions are, I guess, for an expert, and Matthew hasn't been qualified as an expert.
I don't know. No, that's true. That is true, Judge. So Judge, can I just ask him about touch DNA if he knows about it?
Okay.
When I touch something right now, like I'm touching the prosecutor, my DNA is on him now, right?
Yes.
It doesn't mean I did anything, does it?
No.
Other than touch it, right? Right?
Correct.
All righty. All right, I don't have any other questions for you. And I'm sorry, what was your name?
Ryan Matthews.
Matthews. Okay, so outside of the report that you had in your hand, did you offer a police report? Or no?
I wrote a crime scene report, which is the same as the one that was in.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Matthews.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Just for the record, Mr. Matthews didn't come into the courtroom with the report. I didn't recognize it. Defense counsel was, I guess, upset about it being in Mr. Matthews' hands. If I can just have a minute just to verify that that's in the report. If I can have the report back.
It's been over there. And just, you know, I wasn't upset. I just wanted to see it. I think that's just characterizing Mr. Yalow.
Your Honor, so just for the record, now that I do have a chance to examine the report, it is included in your reports. So Mr. Yalow did get it.
No, none of that. No, Judge, absolutely. Now listen, and Mr. Fedora would have made a big deal out of it, and I would have let it go. Right. No, I absolutely do not have what was in that officer's hand. I took pictures of what was in his hand. Not that, you know, it's okay, but I did not have that. Mr. Fedora knows I did not have that. He's making a bigger deal than I am. So that's what I want Your Honor to know. What he had in his hand, Ms. Yalow did not have, and I had to take pictures of it too.
But you have it now, right?
Yes, I do, Judge. Thank you.
The people would call Officer.
How many more witnesses do you have?
This is my last witness. Officer Eric Blackwell.
Let me see what you got. Yeah. This is-
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, could you please state your full name for the record? Spelling.
Yes, Eric Blackwell, ERIC, BLACKWELL,
Now, are you employed?
City of Detroit Police Department Homicide Unit.
And were you employed in that role on October 31st, 2023? Sorry, 22?
Yes.
And with respect to this case, people versus the Isaac Thompson, are you the officer in charge?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you just heard Officer Matthews testify.
Correct.
So I'm just going to ask you questions about that. So with respect to the two casings that Mr. Matthews testified to, what did you do with those items?
Excuse me, foundation, Judge. There has to be a objection foundation.
So what did you do with those items?
But what items, though, Judge? Chain. Chain. Have a chain issue.
The question was, what did you do with those items? That's not the one with that question.
I'm waiting. Thank you.
So he received items, what did you do with those items?
No, I think he was, okay. I'll wait.
See.
Thank you. So Officer Blackwell, what did you do with the casings?
With the casings?
Correct.
So there were DNA swabs of the casings that were collected from the spent casings at the crime scene. Throughout my investigation, and obtained a.
I'm going to object as to any of that, the DNA or anything coming in through this officer.
So first of all, I just testifying to swabbing. So if I can carry on.
Go ahead.
All right, so Officer Blackwell, with respect to those swabs of the casings, what did you do with those?
So the swabs of the casings were obtained from the evidence tech.
Okay, and then was there anything done to happen?
Objection, you, Judge, I'm objecting to all of
You can
that.
just testify as to what he did with certain items that he received. You can't testify as to what those items came.
Okay, so
Unless he has personal knowledge.
did you have knowledge of what was done with? Sorry, you had knowledge of the cases, correct?
Correct.
And then did you have knowledge of what was done with the cases?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what was that?
That's personal knowledge, Judge, objection. You can't, please listen to me. What did he see? What did he
I
hear?
thought he was testifying as to what he did. Is that right? You can't testify as to what someone else did unless he has personal knowledge.
And Your Honor, so the questioning is as to ultimately what happened with the casings. He's the officer in charge. And so we're dealing with, I guess, foundational issues. As the officer in charge, he has knowledge of what was done course of the investigation.
He can tell us what he did.
Officer, did you do anything with respect to swabs?
So I requested swabs of the spent shell casings that were placed into property at the Detroit Public Safety Headquarters. We call it tasked the swabs out to myself. And in the process, I obtained a search warrant to obtain the DNA of the defendant, Isaac Thompson.
Okay, now, just as far as the swabs that you requested, was there any request to have those tested?
Yes.
Okay, so what's done to have them tested?
So I submit the swabs from the spent shell casings alongside the DNA of the defendant to the Michigan State Police Forensic Lab.
Okay. Now, with respect to the swabs, you said the swabs were defendant. Now, how are those?
So I obtained a search warrant to go and collect the DNA of the defendant. At the time when I went and interrogated the defendant, we executed the search warrant, and I obtained a buccal swab of the defendant's mouth.
Okay. Now, so all that, you made a request for that to be analyzed?
Correct.
Okay. And now what was your understanding as far as the swabs you requested of the cases? What was your understanding as to whether that was done?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Were you able to confirm that your request to swab the casings was done?
Correct.
Okay. And how did you confirm?
I viewed it in the evidence list in the property.
Okay. And so what did that indicate?
Wait a minute, Judge, I'm sorry, I don't know, it's a lot going on over here, and I'm trying to logically let it flow. So I think he's trying to get in DNA through a witness that did not do the testing. And just by way of background, Judge, I just got done with the whole DNA case, right? That did not appear as it was. It was a whole homicide when a DNA person happened to be on the jury, thank God, and walked that person out of there based on the shoddy DNA work. So I would absolutely, if you're gonna try to put that in, Judge, and of course I don't know this in advance, because I asked certain prosecutor, how many witnesses? 2. Right, he did not indicate anything past that. He did not indicate that there was a crime scene person. He did not indicate that there was going to be DNA. If there is DNA, Judge, and if you're gonna allow that in, we would ask for an opportunity to get our own expert so that we can at least verify what's going on here, or get the person that did that up here, like MSP Young or whoever it is that likes to come and say things under oath about lab reports.
All that being said, Mr. Judge.
Objection, hearsay.
Do you have the actual report?
I do, Your Honor.
Why aren't you able to get those?
So these questions were a foundation for those reports. I guess it's taking a little bit longer than otherwise, but.
The reports will be especially preliminary exam.
Okay, you know that, huh? I know you do, because you're really smart. Okay, thank you.
So just to make a record so that I can get sure to Officer Langford, I'd just like to complete the foundation for if they were submitted.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So sorry, going back, Officer, so were you able to confirm that those casings were swapped?
Yes, it was.
And how did you do that?
I viewed it in the evidence list that's connected with this case.
Okay. And so then, did you have any confirmation that those items were actually tested?
Yes, I do.
And how was that?
I received the results from the Michigan State Police Forensic Lab.
And Your Honor, may I question you?
You may.
So Officer, I'm showing you what's been marked as people who proposed 12. Tell the court what that is.
It is the lab report from the Michigan State Police Forensic Science Division.
And how do you know that reflects the testing?
It provides the evidence that was submitted to the Michigan State Police Lab. It provides the victim's name, the suspect's name, and the overall results of what was requested.
Do the case numbers correlate with your case numbers?
Yes, it does.
All right. People to offer into evidence pursuant to MCL 766.11B, people propose call.
I object.
On what basis?
Maybe we'll get some good law one day.
May I publish?
Yes.
No
I'm
further
sorry, which
questions.
one is that? I'm sorry.
This is People's Exhibit 12, the laboratory report.
Okay, so good afternoon. Did you watch this swabbing take place?
No, I didn't.
All right. And you can attest as to what was found outside of the lab report, correct? You don't know how they got to that process, right? The conclusion.
As far as I don't understand the question.
Okay, do you know how the MSP or whomever did the lab work came up with their conclusion?
No, I don't.
I hope that was as clear as it could get. Hold on one second. Hold on one second, Judge. Can I see that report you have?
Sure.
Okay. I'm usually more prepared, Judge, if they tell me things. There we go. Okay. Okay, thank you. And so you've heard whomever, somebody testified before, the gentleman, the snitch witness, what was his name? Trollman? Trollman? Spell it for me.
I believe it's Trollman.
Okay, all right. All righty, and is it your understanding that there was marijuana that was found on the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was money that was found on the scene?
I don't recall one.
That's okay. How about weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
There was a weapon on the deceased, correct?
Correct.
And there was another weapon somewhere else, correct?
Don't recall.
Okay. All right, but there was a 9mm and a .45 on the scene, correct?
I only recall the decedent having a weapon.
You know what caliber or no?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. Did you see where those casings were gathered from?
From the crime scene?
Yeah.
They were near the victim's body.
Do you know that for sure?
Yes, ma'am.
How, were you there?
I was not there. I reviewed the evidence photos and the officer's body cams.
Oh, you got body cams?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All righty. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, yeah.
Thank you, sir. You missed it.
No further questions or no further witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defense?
No.
Your Honor, as indicated at the beginning of the exam, people are going to move to amend count one to murder first degree and or so murder first degree under the premeditation theory and or felony murder. The act code for that would be 750.316. I can get into further the argument, Your Honor. Your Honor, so pursuant to the testimony of Mr. Trollman, he did indicate that the plan or the intent of the defendant and his partner was to go to the shop to take money and drugs from the defendant, from the victim, and he also testified that they intended to kill. So again, there's premeditation, the intent to kill, and further, there was an intended robbery, and during the course of that robbery, the victim was murdered. We tied all the evidence together, the DNA on the casings found near the body. Ms. Williams finding the body there during that time period. So everything kind of ties together. I would ask for that, let's take grant that.
You object to the bind over, Judge, on all counts. It's very confusing, Judge, to defense attorney in this particular case. We don't have an eyewitness that places outside of the snitch witness that places Mr. Deontay Thompson at the scene. There was a young lady that looked around the courtroom. I think that was Ms. Williams. She looked, she did not identify Mr. Thompson as someone she had seen that particular day. And that was at the behest of the prosecutor. Just 1 second. This is the internet in here is not. It's messed with my phone. Just 1 second. I don't know. You need a witness to really put a theory together, Judge, in this particular case. So the theory is a robbery. There was no evidence of a robbery as we have guns, dope, and money still at the scene. We know that this is a scene open to multiple people. As per Ms. Williams, we don't know who was there, who was not there, who could have been there, who could have not have been there, right, Judge? So at this time, we are objecting to the bind over on all counts, especially anything having to do with what Mr. Trollman said. And I'm gonna sit down, Judge. Thank you so much.
So as it relates to the homicide, felony murder, I don't think we have enough to establish that there was a felony murder here, in that there was drugs and money found on the decedent and so forth. I don't see evidence of a robbery. We have an alleged testimony from Mr. Trollman who says the defendant told them that that's what they intended to do. He also indicated that they were going to take care of him once they got there, whoever the other person is, him as well as another person. I thought initially that identification would be the biggest issue, but with the testimony of Trollman, as well as the DNA evidence of the defendant being found, his DNA being found at the scene on shell casings or spent bullets, whatever the case is. I don't think ID is really a question here. The only question is what degree of murder to assess the defendant. He's charged initially with second-degree murder and felony firearm. Quite naturally, even with Mr. Trollman's testimony, the defendant alleges that he went there, but that he was not the trigger person, but that he tried, was going to shoot the complainant, but his gun jammed. At a bare minimum, we have aiding and abetting a second degree. Testimony about taking care of him and what they were there for, the robbery. I don't see evidence of the robbery taking care of him. We want to base that on premeditation. I just don't feel comfortable behind the first degree murder based on the testimony that I've heard from the witness, Mr. Trollman, who certainly has his issues, maybe his own motivations for coming forth and testify, but the defendant's DNA being found at the scene bolsters his testimony and credibility. So the court is going to bind over on the original charges of homicide, murder, second degree, and felony firearm. The court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed them.
will bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information, date, and time will be July 5th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
July 5th. That's not a holiday.
July 4th.
Okay.
That's
Judge, I'm
why
going,
it's not July 4th, it's gonna be the next day.
okay, Judge, I'm going
It'll be a
to,
holiday for me, though, I won't be here.
I'm going to submit a discovery order to this court, so that we can try to get some things. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
All right, I'll talk to you, Mr. Thompson. Hold on to the paperwork. We don't have enough. Okay, so. I don't know how to spell this, how you spell this code? So just the, what is it called?
TUS.
Okay, hold on.
COLA.
TUS.
I've been there.
They come up here.
Trying to work on capacity, right? Absolutely. Absolutely, Judge. You gotta clarify that. Well, I knew you did.
Thank you so much, Judge. It's always a pleasure.
You always keep me away.
Man. But I'm gonna tell you, so did you have a chance to have a jury trial, right? And it was homicide, DNA, right? I thought that juror was glaring at me, so they excused that one juror, right? And she came back for the deliberations. That jury said back there, she said they better have. Now, she was a button, she said, I don't know if you know my background, but I do infectious diseases and DNA. And when the prosecutor came out there, she said, gosh, be ashamed of yourself. If you need help, call me, I'll help you with these cases, but what you did is wrong.
Oh, wow.
And I have my own DNA.
So we had a seminar
About that?
about one of the convicted defendants.
About
one of the convicted defendants on DNA evidence.
I sure.
Sorry?
I sure fluid.
Yeah,
I think it was fluid.
You can, but you know.
And this case almost fit, just like what they were talking about. They had a jailhouse witness. And things that may motivate them to testify or say certain things, and that type of thing. And then coupled with DNA evidence, those have been problematic. And I think she said 36 wrongly convicted.
Who said that? For real?
36 wrongly convicted on faulty DNA and jailhouse witnesses.
I have never, I'm telling you, that case got me, you hear me? And it was a bunch of snitches too. But that, because I didn't, you know how you don't know going in, right? I said, well, this is what they have. I told my client, well, if they got the DNA, right? That lady said, that DNA was garbage. I said, oh my God. And she's from Canada, originally from Ohio. I mean, I'm sorry, from Canada, right?
Okay.
She was serious, right?
Yeah,
Serious
so
enough to come
makes
back.
us all take a look at this.
Yeah, we are, we don't have to.
Because just because there's DNA doesn't
Yes.
necessarily mean.
Listen, that touch DNA is scary. Some circuits don't even allow it, right? And, federal
Until you
court,
pass that.
because all of this touch is so easy. And I can just run into him. Like, then I give it, I gave it to the, yeah.
I don't see the kind of, are you looking for your exhibits?
I don't know.
Yeah, I need those two.
You look at this.
Just the order.
Okay, I'm going somewhere. My face is. That's okay. The eyes. I'm like. You know, fine. Y'all leave me alone. Y'all gonna see all that. All right, Judge, I want you to take care of yourself. I don't get over here as much as I used to.
I'm trying.
Check in on you. I hear you sniffling. I'm not happy about that.
Yes, science.
I guess, listen.
My eyes were
Let me tell you.
burning this morning.
I don't know what it was, but it wasn't COVID, it wasn't RSV, whatever that was, right? And it lingered where I didn't have a voice. It was messed up, and I kept taking folks, and I said, what's not COVID? This new stuff out here. That's what I started. You better, and make sure you drink plenty of warm fluids. That's why Miss Viola keeps this right now. It's full of warm, nasty water. And cheap. All right, Blackwell, I'll fight with you later.
All right.
You know,
The
like
thing is,
you
it comes
wait.
and goes, and I have no warning when it's coming.
What? I don't know.
It's simple.
Have a good day, everyone. Pleasure as always.
Take care.
Yeah,
Take care.
Take care.
Okay, you too, Black Sir.
Okay, I'm taking myself together. I'm sure somebody else will.
It's getting hot in here again.
Not normally, Judge, you know I'm like. Not today.
I think your guests about to leave.
Pleasure.
Okay, guys, have a good day.
Where are you guys from? Just here?
We're all lost.
Judy Long.
Oh, my son is over there. No, his name is Michael. Yeah, 3L, he's about to leave. We're gonna put it somewhere, put it in the box. All that money I invested in that kid.
Ain't no good money, Mr.
You know what I told him, I said, now, baby, you ain't gonna get, listen, you ain't gonna be able to get this from that, the wife that's gonna be coming along, because I know they coming, right? Remember, you like, I remember all the times I stayed, that's what you had asked me. Stop, Judge. This is a pretty guy. Can I have a rubber band, please?
I have a ton of.
They sitting on the wrong side.
All these rubber bands I got.
Oh, can I have some rubber band? Come on here, Judge. Can I have some rubber band?
Please. Look. He's another cluttering up my drawer.
Give them here. You know,
There you go.
I used to couldn't have rubber bands when I was a kid, because you know, I used to, I was good at that, right? I tried to get them off to the side. I was a busy kid. Did you guys teach them how to do docket management too?
Who?
Everybody. Anybody that said anything, 36's docket ran the most efficiently during COVID. You do understand?
I think I do, because
You
they're
bet.
probably the only ones that aren't backlogged right now.
You are. I said, oh, ain't that something? Yeah, I like rubber management too.
Certain people like to take as many swipes as possible.
Not on that one, no. Because I stopped, I'm like, what are you saying? You know, this is just a part of this kind of the country, right? You know, it's very efficient, right? If there's a problem with it, it's probably you. Everybody take care.
Have a good day, Ms.
You too,
Diallo.
everybody take care.
All right, we go.
Your Honor, excuse me, Mom.
Okay, take care, guys.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's it for today. Hope to see you tomorrow, same bat station, same bat time. Peace.
Judge, you know what a kite is now?
Yeah.